Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here in person. This is the first time in 3 years, actually, yes, the first time in 3 years that we finally are able to meet in person. This is part of a series that Yvonne-Marie, Rogez, and I have organized since the first, after the first year of Trump's election. We had spoken about how we could evaluate each year of this new president who came as quite a shock for so many people. And we decided that we would launch a series at the end of each year discussing the presidency, the administration from a variety of topics: economic, social, international, political, cultural. And so began our series, Trump Year One. We had 3 years of that series, and I'm in the process of working on getting all of the contributors and getting that published in a book. And we are beginning our series on Biden Year One. And we'll continue to have the same conference, the same type of conference every year until the end of his administration. And hopefully we will not be having a Trump Year 5 at the end of Biden's administration. Some of the speakers here ils ont leur, comment on dit ça en français, ils ont leur tablette, ils ont leur serviette de table.
Leur rond de table, leur rond de serviette.
Because they've spoken at almost every single one of them. I'm thinking of Phil, but I'm also thinking of Anne, but we give her a break every year.
Every other year.
Yeah, and so we also try to each year bring in new people, new scholars, especially young scholars, into the fray and to present to us their work, which is the case here, this year with our new colleague from Paris-Panthéon-Assas, with Michael, and with Ahmed, and with Nicolas. So the old people are outnumbered by the young people this year in our conference. It's a great pleasure to launch this conference. I wanted to say a word about the sponsors, not really sponsors, but let's say the institutions that are part of this organization financially but also intellectually, and that is the CERSA, which is our research center at Paris-2. It is also overseen by the IUF, which is the Institut Universitaire de France. It is also graciously and wonderfully being hosted here by Sébastien Greco and the University of Chicago Center in Paris. That has an incredible high-tech format for us that we just adore. That's why we keep coming back here. But also because it's the University of Chicago. So we want to thank Sébastien and all of his staff. Did I forget anybody? No, I think that's all of our partners in this launching of the Biden series. So here's how the day is going to be organized. I'm first going to turn the floor over to our moderator for this morning, Jendoubi, who will be also speaking. So at one point, he's not going to be a moderator anymore. He's going to be a speaker. So Yvonne-Marie and I will take over. And we will hear this morning. So we try to structure a little bit the morning around political and juridical issues. Unfortunately, we had somebody here to speak about the economic issues under the Biden administration. Unfortunately, that person had to withdraw, so we're a little bit disappointed about that. But maybe it'll come up during questions, because we do all have specialists here of American politics and institutions, so that could be something that we could get into afterwards, or during the question and answer. So we'll first be listening to Nicolas Audignon and Jendoubi, who's going to be speaking on the Biden's first 100 days and then Biden's response to COVID. We'll have a break, coffee break, discussion and coffee break, and then in the afternoon we'll be moving on to, the second part of the morning we'll be moving on to international relations and hear from a freelance journalist on Afghanistan and Martin Quenez on the relationship of the Biden administration with Europe. Then we'll have a discussion and then the lunch break. Lunch is free, open to, there's plenty of nice little cafes around, et cetera. And in the afternoon, we'll be getting into juridical aspects and social issues as well as cultural and identity issues. But I'll tell you more about that this afternoon because I'll be moderating that afternoon. So I'll give you more information about that then. So for now, thank you once again for your presence. Thank you to everybody who's online. I don't know who you are, but we're very happy to have you. And I now ask Ahmed to come up and introduce Nicolas, and then I will introduce you, or Yvonne-Marie will introduce you when it's your turn to talk, if that's okay with you.
Thank you, Jennifer, and thank you, Yvonne-Marie, for asking me to be part of this wonderful day and this wonderful conference. So our first presentation of the day will be by Nicolas Audignon. Nicolas is a PhD candidate in political science at, let's face it, the best university in the country, Paris-Panthéon-Assas University. He obtained his master's degree from the same university. His thesis is titled, Once One Becomes President, From Yes We Can to La République En Marche, the political myth of the first 100 days to succeed. As part of his research, he spent a year at the University of Virginia, same as I did, Charlottesville as a visiting scholar, where he worked at the Miller Center, same. More broadly, his research focuses on comparative politics, public policies, and presidential leadership. And his presentation is entitled, Biden's First 100 Days, Can We Already Assess the President's Term?
All right, thanks a lot for your presentation, and thanks to the University of Chicago Center for hosting me today. So what I'm going to deal with is, like he said, Biden's first 100 days, can we already assess the president's term? But I'm also going to address the first year in office, so not just the first 100 days. So of course, the 100 days metric is an imperfect one for predicting the ultimate success of a presidency. As you probably all know, it comes from Roosevelt, and media narratives have likened Biden to Roosevelt, and Biden and his staff have publicly and repeatedly accepted the comparison which is in many ways unfair, as it paints this unachievable goal, but we'll get back to it. But even though the first 100 days cannot predict anything with certainty, we can still use it as a sign of what the rest of the presidency might look like. In particular, a presidency as conscious of the comparison to Roosevelt as Biden's is. And the parallel between Biden and Roosevelt is apt in two respects. First, Biden inherited a situation with an economic catastrophe managed more or less efficiently by a Republican predecessor. And second, Biden took office in a context where democracy was perceived to be in peril, of course, for very different reasons. In the 30s, authoritarianism was on the rise in many countries, and in nowadays, especially after the Capitol riot, this period is filled with uncertainty concerning the ability of democracies to manage current events. So it's not totally unrelated. We can find some similarities. And so with that being said, it's essential to try and assess the first 100 days and even this first year in office. And so this presentation aims at showing that a first assessment can be made, and that this first year was in many ways below expectations. And to assess this presidency, understanding the first 100 days is of the utmost importance. Why? What is at stake? Usually questions about the influence of presidents amount to changes they cause. And one of the best moments to study this influence is presidential transitions in a French sense. So it's not just the period between election day and inauguration day, it's also the first weeks after inauguration day. And so the first 100 days is what we call a window of opportunity, or a policy window in political science. And so therefore, understanding president's influence comes down to grasping the way the first months in office unfold and how they're constrained. And to study this first year in office, we need to have some kind of framework. So this is how I'm going to study it. Usually, a presidency is determined by three elements: two constraints, and I will tell the third one after. Two types of constraints: formal institutional constraints, constitution, laws, institutional calendar, the budget, and so on. what we call informal institutional constraints. It's a range of expectations concerning the way a president should behave, expectations concerning what he should be able to achieve, and so on. So it's not exactly a formal constraint, but it still bears on the way they behave. So two types of constraints, and they pursue three objectives, which we call policy, office, and votes. They try to balance these and maximize their influence on policies they put in place. They try to maximize their control of the government, and they try to maximize their support among voters. And usually their decisions is a reflection of a balance between those elements. And so with that being said, it begs the question, how did Biden, during those first 100 days and first year in office, how did he deal with those constraints while pursuing his political agenda? We'll answer this question in three parts. First, it's essential to understand how he prepared, because in the US, as you know, they start preparing even before election day. Then we'll talk about promises made and held during the first 100 days, since we need to know where his administration comes from to understand whether it was a political success or not. And lastly, we'll provide first element to assess his presidency so far. So first, being prepared in a specific context. Transitions are important, like I said, so I'll study and explain two parts, how being prepared is decisive and why this transition in particular tells us something important about Biden's presidency. So first, preparation. The success of this initial period depends on careful planning and preparation, including during the electoral campaign. The transition period and the first weeks in office. For instance, Barack Obama began this preparation as early as the spring of 2008. So very early, because a lot must happen before November. For instance, a transition team must be assembled and responsibilities delegated early. This transition team, is responsible for developing a campaign budget and establishing strategic priorities. This transition team also reiterates key campaign promises, policy priorities, making it easier after election day to follow through and concretize them in the future. And to help the team be ready on day one, they also need to provide some kind of initial briefing materials that are drawn up for a future agency heads. So a lot of things to prepare for. Biden saw the importance of early preparation, in part because of this perception that the outgoing Trump administration was going to put up obstacles to an effective transition. And so in anticipation of that, Biden's team raised money for his transition process and prepared for multiple roadblock scenarios. And while Trump's teams created fewer problems than anticipated, the possibility of a drawn-out conflict led to more effective transition planning. Biden followed suit when he began appointing transition staff as early as May 2020, chaired by former Delaware Senator Ted Kaufman. In addition to this, very important nominations were decided as early as November 11, when Ron Klain, Biden's former chief of staff during his vice presidency, was chosen as White House chief of staff. The following week, Mike Donilon was named senior advisor to the president, and the list goes on. The point is, long before the inauguration, main figures were assigned and already at work. The transition team was initially composed of more than 75 people, and it swelled up to several hundred members by inauguration day. This is due to careful planning. And Biden then assembled what is considered one of the most diverse cabinets in history, a symbolic and important gesture to Democrats. So this is about how being prepared is decisive. So now, why this transition in particular was important, because it had to face 4 constraints, what I would call the no margin for error, especially in the Senate, as you are all aware of. The Republican Party, also an obstructionist Republican Party, and we'll see that it played a big role. The Supreme Court, that was accused of being too far on the right, especially due to 3 nominations decided by Trump, and of course the pandemic for obvious reasons. Thanks to this preparation, Biden took office with a substantial list of executive orders ready to be signed during his first 100 days, many of which designed to undo what his predecessor did. These included things like rejoining the Paris Climate Agreement, stopping the United States withdrawal from the World Health Organization, and so on. Again, things that need to be prepared in advance. And of course, his main goal was not that, it was to pass his Build Back Better plan that we're going to see right now. So promises made and first success of the first 100 days. He used to be calling his plan a once-in-a-generation plan. That was the diagnosis, that was the purpose of this plan. And to give you some numbers of what he did during his first 100 days, 11 bills were signed into law, which is one of the, a number among the smallest for a president since FDR. But as will be laid out below, their efficiency outweighs their number, so we have to take that into consideration. 42 executive orders were signed, outpacing this time his predecessors. He reversed 62 Trump orders, and 11 judicial nominations were made, which again is very important, and I will explain how and why. And so we are going to see here and study the main promises made and held during the first 100 days, and it relates mainly to COVID, the American Job Plan for Economic Recovery, and social aspects about what he did and undertook, which are 2 different things. So first about COVID. Biden's had what was called the 1.9 trillion, if I'm not mistaken, $1.9 trillion American Rescue Plan that was designed not all about economic recovery, but also preventing people from falling into poverty. So he wanted people to stop people from falling into poverty. It also provided billions of dollars to bolster vaccinations. And on top of that, on the COVID front, most of Biden's executive actions in his first 100 days have been aimed at fighting the pandemic. For example, by imposing a mask mandate on federal property, by accelerating and expanding the vaccine supply, by applying the Defense Production Act to Pfizer and Moderna. And this approach proved effective at first, at least, because he wanted to to reach 100 million shots by his 100th day. And he reached 235 million vaccine doses on his 100th day. This was a great logistical challenge that he achieved thanks to careful planning. So this was about COVID. Then the American Job Plan for Economic Recovery is another first step that he made during his first 100 days. He wanted the American Job Plan to be the largest jobs investment since World War II. The goals were very specific and wide-reaching. He didn't achieve all of it, but it was about fixing highways, rebuilding bridges, upgrading ports, airports, transit systems, and so on. And another goal was to modernize 20,000 miles of highways, roads, streets, and so on. It mostly spun off into the infrastructure bill that we'll study after. On the about social aspects, he was trying to deal with 3 elements. He undertook three steps, let's say. The American Families Plan, which was expected to cut childhood poverty in half, which was supposed to guarantee access to good education. It was supposed to improve teacher preparation as well. I will explain why it wasn't such a success that he wanted at first after. So he wanted to put this plan in place. He wanted also to reopen schools. It was one of the core promises that he made to give this impression that we were getting out of the pandemic. And during a CNN town hall on February 16, 2021, he made clear that his goal was to resume in-person instruction 5 days a week. This is not a transformative goal, particularly since it wasn't achieved. According to a data tracking company called Burbio, about 65% of K-12 students at the end of April attend schools offering in-person instruction. So 65 and not 100% like he wanted to. And concerning healthcare, he did two things. He reversed Trump's efforts to destroy it, which was, of course, an important step. And he reopened the Federal Affordable Care Act exchange in mid-February, which is a technical point that I will not expand on too much. So this was the accomplishments of the first 100 days. A lot on COVID, worked a lot on the American Jobs Plan, and undertook social measures. But now, what about Biden's first year as president? I would say that there are, and I will, this is where I'll try to provide a first assessment. I would say that there were few success, many failures. He took office with approval ratings over the 50 mark, and by summer, they had begun to fall, and then his approval ratings dropped into the high 40s. Where they've stayed ever since. In some polls, he's even down to the 30s. Democratic prospects for the 2022 midterms have followed this downward trend. But early on during the administration, there were a lot of good news on the COVID front. Like I said, the relief packages passed Congress, which was a good news. He used governmental powers to ramp up vaccinations and vaccination production across the country, which was also a success at first. Unemployment is very low, and wages were and are, if I'm not mistaken, are still up. He passed a historic infrastructure bill, passed with 19 Republican votes, proving that compromises are not that impossible as they appear. And behind the scenes, what I called nominations. Behind the scenes, he nominated and confirmed many federal judges, which matters a lot. 41 federal circuit and district court judges confirmed by the Senate. So 41 is a big number. But in recent months, there's been plenty of bad news as well. COVID again. Why? Because there's what we could call the unremitting scourge of COVID. With new variants, it appears that it never stops. Inflation, which is at a 40-year high, which is a huge deal. There is a continued conflict with the progressive base over his Build Back Better plan, which was way harder to pass than expected. It's also related to his failure to get two critical US senators to pass a voting rights bill. On foreign policy, there is what was depicted as an embarrassing and chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. And when we look at the number and the approval ratings, there's a sharp decline at the end of August. So we can notice the effects. There's also on the foreign policy front a face-off over Ukraine and Russia. At the Supreme Court, he has suffered setbacks on vaccine mandates and abortion. Also, what I call failed expectations is a whole range of issues. For instance, he focused and the Democratic Party focused the message on Manchin and Sinema, the two senators. But by doing that, Democrats put Republicans off the hook, which is a problem in itself. Also about failed expectations, Biden and Harris campaigned on getting people to come out to vote to address inequality, primarily racial inequality. And when we look at the money, for instance, that was supposed to go to Black farmers, that hasn't happened. When we look at the John Lewis Voting Rights Act, Freedom Act, that hasn't happened. Same with police reform. He wanted to create a police oversight commission. Hasn't happened. And another unkept promise was to send a bill to Congress to close, for instance, background check loopholes concerning guns and so on. That hasn't happened. And also concerning borders, the administration struggled to address the unexpected rise to the number of migrants coming to the US, including unaccompanied children. And the administration has not been, did not appear to be able to regain voter confidence in that, on that issue, which of course is a problem that is going to be used by the Republican Party. So, as a conclusion, in the course of a year, the Biden presidency seems to have gone from hope to disappointment, and most of Biden's wounds, and this is really striking, most of Biden's wounds could be considered as having been self-inflicted. He knew all of these constraints I talked about, margins, Republican Party, Supreme Court, he knew all of that the day he took office. And leadership is about being able to function within constraints, not by ignoring them. He knew very early, for instance, that the Build Back Better plan or the Voting Rights Act would have to be done on the basis of only Democrats. And so negotiations within the Democratic Party was absolutely critical. But Biden decided to subcontract those negotiations to the congressional leadership, which proved unequal to the task. Biden has certainly made some changes, so I'm not going to emphasize a mistake too much, but big problems cannot be fixed with money alone, nor can all of them be taken care of at the same time. And so it's unclear, whether Biden's first 100 days or even first year can be described as transformative. And Biden has repeatedly stated he wanted an evolution, not a revolution. However, there are reasons to think that a window of opportunity for transformational changes will close soon, if it hasn't yet. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, so we're now going to move to our second paper of the morning, and we're going to hear our colleague Amen Jendoubi, who's a member of the Polong at Panthéon-Assas University, and where he teaches legal English. He's got a PhD in American history, and his thesis focused on the use of presidential signing statements by the George W. Bush administration. And his research now focuses around the American presidency and the American Constitution. Ahmed's paper this morning is called "It Won't Be a Bit Like the Army, the Biden Administration's Response to the COVID-19 Pandemic and the Limits of Executive Power."
Thank you. I feel like the first thing I should do is actually explain the title of this presentation. So in the 1950s, as Dwight Eisenhower was about to replace him in the Oval Office, Harry Truman said, quote, "He'll sit here and he'll say, do this, do that, and nothing will happen. Poor Ike, it won't be a bit like the Army. You'll find it very frustrating." What Truman summarized with these words is the ultimate paradox of the American presidency. The leader of the free world isn't always the most powerful leader in his own country. Looking at the current political landscape, one could argue that Joe Biden is not even the most powerful Joe in America, or even in his own party, since Joe Manchin seems to exert more control over voting rights or the filibuster than the president himself. The Supreme Court struck down the vaccine mandate that the Biden administration had tried to put in place for private businesses. Federalism adds another layer to this power struggle Napoleon and makes centralizing the decision-making process in the White House virtually impossible. This difficulty for the president to see his agenda turned into laws is often described as gridlock and proof that the system is dysfunctional. But it is actually the reflection of an American political system that works precisely the way the founding fathers wanted it to, through an addition of separation and distribution of powers that prevents any one person or institution from having enough power to upset the democratic balance. Ambition must be made to counteract ambition, and if the president's limited capacity to initiate sweeping change can be frustrating, it is the logical consequence of the way the American system of government was designed. But if it fits the institutional DNA of the US, the state of affairs clearly limits the executive's capacity to react to a pandemic like COVID-19. A lot has been said about the capacities of centralized and decentralized regimes to deal with COVID. And a popular idea, maybe a simplistic one, is that decentralized democracies like the US have a harder time building a coherent pandemic response. It is in this context that the Biden administration has had to navigate the difficulties of having an entire country look up to the Oval Office and expect the president to dictate the country's pandemic response, while dealing with an institutional reality that forces the executive to largely depend on the goodwill of 50 governors, federal judges, and a polarized public opinion. Throughout this presentation, I will assess the impact of three well-known limits on presidential power on the Biden administration's pandemic response: public opinion, federalism, and the courts. The conclusion that this analysis will reach is that, as serious as it has been, the COVID pandemic has not led to any significant increase in presidential power and cannot be seen as of today as one of those moments of crisis like the Civil War, the two World Wars, or 9/11 that loosen up the checks and balances and lead to an expansion of presidential power beyond the scope of what the laws and the Constitution normally authorize. Let's start by analyzing the effect of public opinion on the Biden administration's pandemic response. If, like political scientist Richard Neustadt taught us, presidential power is the power to persuade, then the popularity of an American president is a good indicator of his capacity to shape political discourse and take measures. Political scientists have described for a long time what they call the rally round the flag effect, which is the idea that in times of crisis, the American people unite around their flag and behind their president, while temporarily putting aside ideological differences, which in turn gives the president more room for action. The aftermath of 9/11 certainly was one of those moments, so were the Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962 and the First Gulf War in 1991. The best indicator of an occurrence of this rally round the flag effect is a massive and sudden spike in presidential popularity. For instance, Bush 43's job approval rating gained 39 percentage points in only 10 days following 9/11, from 51% to 90%. Bush 41 gained 31 points following Operation Desert Storm, from 58% to 89%. Finally, the Cuban Missile Crisis allowed JFK to gain 15 points, from 61 to 76%. The mechanism is always the same. An event happens that is seen as an existential threat. The president is tasked with solving the problem, and the American people support him enough to allow him to transcend partisan lines and wear the cape of the uniter-in-chief / father of the nation. At the start of the COVID pandemic, some wondered if the rally round the flag effect was going to make a comeback and give birth to what I would call a rally round the mask effect, so to speak, that would allow Americans to put aside the vicious partisan polarization of the last few years and support their president in a national effort to combat the pandemic. If Trump's and Biden's job approval ratings are to be believed, the answer is an emphatic no. Donald Trump's approval rating was 48% before the beginning of the pandemic in February 2020 versus 49% in May, and it kept decreasing until the end of his term in office. Joe Biden's approval rating was 57% when he entered the White House, and it has kept decreasing ever since, as Nicolas said, to reach 40% last month. Neither Donald Trump nor Joe Biden have enjoyed the massive surge in popularity that helped other presidents in times of crisis. The absence of a rally round the mask effect becomes even clearer when we look at the president's popularity among voters of the other party, since the very definition of the rally round the flag effect implies a president's capacity to transcend party lines. 84% of Democratic voters had a favorable view of Bush 43 right after 9/11. 82% of Democratic voters viewed Bush 41 favorably after Operation Desert Storm. On the other hand, Donald Trump's job approval rating among Democrats never exceeded 14%. And Joe Biden's job approval rating among Republicans has yet to exceed 12%. There might, of course, be circumstantial explanations for this absence of a rally around the mask effect. Donald Trump's divisive rhetoric may have made it difficult for him to be seen as a uniter. Joe Biden became president in the middle of the pandemic, which makes the very notion of a rally around the flag effect less relevant, since it refers to a crisis that starts during a president's term rather than before. But beyond those circumstantial explanations, previous instances of the rally around the flag effect teach us that a crisis can only be as unifying as the decisions made by the president to deal with it are popular. Bush 43 did enjoy a 90% approval rating after 9/11, but his decision to invade Afghanistan was also supported by 80% of the American people. Bush 41 enjoyed an 89% approval rating following Operation Desert Storm, but the operation itself was supported by 71% of Americans. Finally, JFK's job approval reached 76% at the end of the Cuban Missile Crisis, but his decision to impose a naval blockade around Cuba was approved by 84% of the American people. Applied to COVID, what this tells us is that it is hard for any president to be popular in the middle of a pandemic when almost every policy choice divides the American people. For instance, Americans are evenly divided when it comes to school mask mandates, with 48% of parents favoring them. Same number when it comes to the Biden administration's vaccine mandate for private businesses, with again 48% of Americans who support them. There is definitely a chicken and egg situation here, and we could wonder if it is the division of the American people that makes it impossible for the president to take unifying measures, or if it is the absence of a strong presidential message that leads to such divisions. But in any case, it is clear that the seriousness of the COVID-19 pandemic has not been enough to turn it into one of those moments of crisis that unite the American people and give the president an increased capacity to deal with the crisis. When it comes to Joe Biden, the lack of presidential action can also be seen in the relative scarcity of presidential documents that deal with COVID. Only 10 out of the 77 executive orders signed by Biden in 2021 were COVID-related, and only 2 of those 10 were drafted after the few days following the inauguration. Out of Biden's 55 presidential memoranda, only 7 had anything to do with COVID, and only 1 of Biden's 4 signing statements have anything to do with COVID. As potent and central as unilateral executive action has become over the last decades, it has not been the key to the COVID situation, and the lack of widespread public support is certainly a partial explanation. This lack of widespread public support has also weakened what is usually one of the president's most powerful weapons in his dealings with Congress and the states, the bully pulpit. Joe Biden tried to use it after the Supreme Court struck down the OSHA mandate for private businesses when he asked companies to voluntarily implement a vaccine mandate for their employees. But at a time when the Senate is basically equally divided between Republicans and Democrats, and a majority of states have Republican governors, the lack of public support, and more particularly the lack of bipartisan public support for Joe Biden, deprives him of any real coercion power, and Republican senators and governors have virtually zero incentive to work with him. This partisan polarization becomes an even bigger hurdle for the president when it mixes with federalism. 28 states have Republican governors, and for them, disagreeing with the Biden administration's pandemic response has become a sort of litmus test. It is often said that the best way to know which of the 2 parties dominates a state is to look at that state's abortion policy. Over the last couple of years, COVID policy has also become a pretty clear fault line between blue and red states. All of the 9 states that have indoor mask mandates have Democratic governors. 13 out of the 14 states that have school mask mandates have Democratic governors. all of the 10 states that have tried to ban school mask mandates have Republican governors. 13 out of the 15 states with some sort of vaccine mandate for private sector industries have Democratic governors. 14 out of the 19 states that urge or mandate quarantine for returning travelers have Democratic governors. And finally, 24 out of the 27 states that sued the Biden administration's vaccine mandate for private businesses have Republican governors. In other words, COVID has clearly become one of those wedge issues that separate Democrats from Republicans, which in turn is going to make the capacity of the president to act as the uniter-in-chief much more limited. Beyond its link to partisan polarization, federalism in and of itself is, of course, a significant limit on Biden's capacity to lead the country's pandemic response. The reason I was able to show you the differences between blue states and red states when it comes to COVID policy is precisely because those are decisions that the states get to make individually. To a large extent, Joe Biden's hands are tied by states' rights. At the end of the day, most measures that the Biden administration was able to implement were limited to those places or groups of people that have clear and obvious links to the federal government. Masks have to be worn in federal buildings, in airports, and on airplanes. Federal employees have to be vaccinated, and even that was blocked by a federal court in January. Let's now talk about courts and their capacity to act as a check on the Biden administration's pandemic response. One legal question that quickly became the center of attention was whether or not the executive had the authority to impose vaccination on the US population, or at least on certain groups. The case that is often cited as a precedent is the 1905 Jacobson versus Massachusetts Supreme Court decision, in which the court upheld the right of the states to enforce compulsory vaccination laws. The majority opinion in Jacobson does indeed sound like a validation of the Biden administration's right to enforce a vaccine mandate. Quote, "In every well-ordered society charged with the duty of conserving the safety of its members, the rights of the individual in respect of his liberty may at times, under the pressure of great dangers, be subjected to such restraint, to be enforced by reasonable regulations as the safety of the general public may demand." End of quote. But there are several differences between the Jacobson case and the current situation that make it hard to see it as a clear precedent for an executive-imposed vaccine mandate. First, the Jacobson case was about the powers of the states, not those of the federal government. Second, the penalty for people who did not get vaccinated was $5 and not losing your job, which would have been the result of a federal vaccine mandate. Finally, the Jacobson decision validated compulsory vaccination laws adopted by legislatures, not by an executive branch. And so despite this precedent, it wasn't obvious to me that federal courts were going to greenlight a federal vaccine mandate. The question was eventually answered by the now famous or infamous OSHA mandate. On November 5, 2021, the executive agency OSHA, the Occupational Safety and Health Administration of the Labor Department, issued an ETS, an Emergency Temporary Standard, which was supposed to take effect on January 10, 2022, and called for private employers with 100 or more employees to implement a mandatory COVID vaccination policy. On November 6, only a day after the mandate was issued, the Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit stayed the mandate pending judicial review. On November 12, the same court blocked the OSHA mandate. The opinion said that the law which created OSHA was not, quote, intended to authorize a workplace safety administration in the deep recesses of the federal bureaucracy to make sweeping pronouncements on matters of public health affecting every member of society in the profoundest of ways, end of quote. But on December 17, 2021, the Court of Appeals for the Sixth Circuit reinstated the OSHA mandate. There were now two conflicting decisions by two different circuit courts regarding the validity of an executive mandate that was going to take effect only 3 weeks later, which of course was going to lead to a Supreme Court showdown. The Supreme Court rendered its decision on January 13, 2022, only 6 days after oral arguments. In a 6-3 decision, the Supreme Court put an end to the Biden administration's effort to impose a vaccine mandate on the private sector by blocking the OSHA mandate. The 6 Republican appointees described the mandate as, quote, a significant encroachment into the lives and health of a vast number of employees, end of quote. OSHA has the right, quote, to set workplace safety standards, not broad public health measures, end of quote. However, the same day, the Supreme Court did allow the Biden administration to enforce another mandate which requires vaccination for healthcare workers whose hospitals receive federal funding. There were other legal setbacks for the Biden administration, and just to name a couple of them, on January the 1st, 2022, a federal judge in Louisiana blocked President Biden's vaccine mandate for the Head Start program. The judge justified his decision by saying that the president did not have the authority to issue such a mandate without Congress's approval. Even the right of the Biden administration to mandate vaccination for federal workers is far from being a given. Last Thursday, the Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit declined to allow the Biden administration to require COVID vaccination for federal employees. This last judicial loss might be the most significant because it happened despite the fact that the ability of the federal government to impose rules and limits on its employees that it cannot impose on other Americans has been recognized by federal courts in other aspects of the law, such as the First Amendment, for instance. Again, as was the case with public opinion and the absence of a rally around the mask effect, the refusal of federal courts to go along with the Biden administration's pandemic response seems to suggest that COVID-19 has not reached the symbolic status of other moments of crisis that saw the courts give more leeway to the political branches. Right after World War I, in 1919, in its Schenck versus US decision, the Supreme Court unanimously approved the use of the Espionage Act to charge 2 socialist militants who were handing out leaflets urging the public to disobey the draft. In 1944, in the middle of World War II, the Korematsu versus US decision allowed the Supreme Court to uphold the internment of Japanese Americans. Schenck and Korematsu are easily 2 of the most constitutionally egregious decisions in the history of the Supreme Court. But it is precisely their egregiousness that highlights the fact that in times of crisis, courts are often willing to go well beyond what the Constitution authorizes and offer Congress and the President much more leeway. The courts have clearly not considered the COVID pandemic as one of those moments of crisis. I would like to conclude this presentation with 2 short quotes that show the difficulties that the executive has faced in its effort to deal with the pandemic. First quote, the federal government has distributed the vaccines to the states. Now it is up to the states to administer. Get moving. Second quote, there is no federal solution. This gets solved at a state level. The 2 quotes are virtually identical and highlight one of the points I made, which is the central role played by the states in the pandemic response. As some of you already guessed, the first quote belongs to Donald Trump and the second one to Joe Biden. 2 conclusions can be derived from them. First, they allow us to go back to the very beginning of this presentation and the idea that the most powerful man in the world isn't always the most powerful man in America. Each of these quotes is a confession of institutional weakness on the president's part. As soon as 1966, American political scientist Aaron Wildavsky came up with the theory of the 2 presidencies. Let me quote him. The United States has 1 president, but it has 2 presidencies. One presidency is for domestic affairs, and the other is concerned with defense and foreign policy. Since World War II, presidents have had greater success in controlling the nation's defense and foreign policies than in dominating its domestic policies. End of quote. COVID seems to be a textbook example of the 2 presidencies theory, in that it reveals how constrained the American president is domestically by the addition of horizontal and vertical limits on executive power. All the episodes I used as examples of public opinion and the courts expanding the president's capacity to act, the 2 world wars, the Cuban Missile Crisis, 9/11, share a common point. In all of those situations, the crisis was seen as an existential one, and the president was acting as the nation's commander-in-chief, which is probably his strongest position both constitutionally and popularity-wise. In France, at the beginning of the pandemic, a lot was said about Emmanuel Macron's choice of words when he said the country was at war with COVID. In the American context, one could wonder if such rhetoric might not have been the best angle the Biden administration could have used, as it would have allowed the president to present the pandemic as the kind of existential threat that requires national unity, and to be seen as a wartime president who transcends partisan lines. Easier said than done, of course, but the international nature of the COVID pandemic and the fact that it started in China, the US's biggest strategic foe nowadays, was probably enough of an opening to at least try to frame it as being at the juncture of between foreign policy and domestic policy. The similarity between the two quotes also sheds light on something that has been at the center of my own research, which is the fact that we tend to overestimate the differences, the institutional differences between individual American presidents, and to underestimate the continuities from one presidency to another. The institutional realities that American presidents face once they enter the White House are so constraining and similar from one presidency to another that they define and influence the exercise of presidential power way more than any ideological difference or even the personal qualities of any individual president ever could. It is easy to see the difference between Donald Trump and Joe Biden as one between a president who didn't want to use the power of his office to deal with the pandemic and one who wants to. But the interesting question is probably not do they want to, but rather can they? In the ongoing battle between the institutional approach to the study of the American presidency, which considers institutional continuities as having a greater influence on how successful a president's term is, and the personal or psychological approach that sees each president's personality and political talent as the defining factors, COVID-19 seems to give ammunition to those presidential scholars who see the institutional continuities as more important than any possible differentiating factor between chief executives. Because of this preference of mine for the institutional approach over the personal approach, I will end on a lighter note by giving unsolicited advice to the organizers of this conference. Dear Yvonne-Marie, dear Jennifer, next year's conference should not be named Biden Year 2, but rather American Presidency Year 234. Thank you.
So for those of you who have questions, this is question and chat time until our coffee break, and the floor is yours for anybody who would like to ask either Ahmed or Nicolas a question about their talk.
Where is it?
Phil.
Can I?
Yes, you can take off your mask.
I'll stand back a bit.
Yeah,
You can stop me at any point.
don't worry.
I might go on this. I want to first just thank the of you for a terrific presentation. And I want to take the liberty of kind of sharing my experience on these issues, because the last 2 years of my legal work has been 90% focused on exactly these issues, on trying to get the federal government and state governments, whether to sue them to do it or cajole them.
A little bit louder.
To adopt, in particular, non-pharmaceutical interventions to control the spread of the disease. Understanding early on, because I read the reports of clinical trials, that these vaccines are not guarantees against transmission, and they're doing even more poorly now that the predictable evolution of the virus has produced variants that undo it. So at any rate, with complete agreement about the institutional constraints of the federal government, I mean, this is a really crazy system that anybody who had an idea that things like national public health are important wouldn't design. No sane person would have designed this. But we've got this 18th century framework that we're factored to. Even that said, a whole lot more I think could have been done on a federal level. And I'll just kind of go through the steps that I think sort of complement what you're saying. Like with the Biden administration in particular, we in the labor movement in the US were very early on advocating for a broad emergency temporary standard from OSHA. In fact, I started even during the Trump administration, even though that was even more quick thought. That would have required all employers, to institute, the basics, engineering controls like ventilation, one of the most important things you can do. Unfortunately, it costs money that employers don't understand, but masks, cheap, but unfortunately, weirdly, a cultural flashpoint in the US. And a whole suite of these interventions, and preferring to let the vaccine situation sort of work itself out. Biden appointed some very, very good people to OSHA from our perspective. In fact, I worked with the director of OSHA when he was the director of safety for the steelworkers, which had one of the best public, health and safety departments in the country, not even just among the labor unions. So he appointed great people. On the day of his inauguration, he issued an executive order saying, OSHA, you need to look at doing this. There's a very heavy hint that OSHA needs to do an emergency temporary standard of the kind we were arguing for in a whole bunch of meetings with the transition team and then meetings afterward. Yeah, okay, so with all this,
Does we have other questions on the chat?
yeah, I got you. I'll just wrap up and say that there's a possible alternative future that maybe you can address, and that alternative future would have been if the administration had done this, as the people in OSHA actually did. They prepared a 700-page emergency temporary standard along these lines. It was killed by the White House, and then they issued the vaccine mandate that basically nobody asked for. In this alternative world, do you think that, this might have prevailed in a way that the vaccine mandate did?
So basically what you're saying is that one mandate could have been a larger one, but that doesn't include a vaccine requirement?
Exactly.
Okay, I guess in the end, the question would be a legal one. In other words, just like the Supreme Court rejected the vaccine mandate because of the limited jurisdiction of OSHA, according to the Supreme Court, would it have also rejected a larger mandate, but one that doesn't include the vaccine? It's very hard to say. What I gathered from the majority opinion in the OSHA case is that what bothered the 6 Republican appointees is precisely the fact that OSHA was able to dictate things that go simply outside of what we do when we work, but that have a consequence on really the outside world and the everyday life of workers. So I would say that the advantage of the first mandate that you proposed, or that you talked about and proposed, if I understand it properly, is that it would actually be limited really to the workplace. Those would be workplace measures. I've become really bad at trying to understand the decision of the Supreme Court for a variety of reasons. But I would say that a larger mandate, but one that focuses exclusively on the workplace, actually seems to meet the litmus test that the Republican majority asked for, basically, in the OSHA case. That would be my prediction.
Okay, how about another question from the audience? And then we'll go.
Sorry, just one more thing, because
sorry.
As I quoted part of the majority opinion in the OSHA case, and it clearly said that the problem was that OSHA was encroaching into the private lives of people, and it wasn't just about the workplace. So,
A question from the people who are here live in presence. Otherwise, Yvonne-Marie.
Otherwise, yes, we have 2 questions.
Yvonne-Marie,
Sorry.
It's going to be hard to choose. These are really interesting talks, and maybe we can talk about it over coffee afterwards too. But maybe one question for Nicolas, and then one question for Ahmed. Nicolas, I'd love to hear you talk a little bit about how you think maybe there's something exceptional or not. I mean, you would say this is perhaps not exceptional. I have a hard time giving up the idea that we're in an exceptional moment. Is there something exceptional about the informal constraints on the Biden administration, right? For example, the so-called shadow docket of the Supreme Court, which has been used in an exceptional way that was perhaps not something we could anticipate. You're having a hard time predicting the response of the Supreme Court. Are there some informal things that are happening that perhaps make this moment different than the previous 100 years or 100 days?
No, actually, it's very interesting because it seems that there is this exceptional crisis that is COVID-19, but that's all. Yeah, that's all of it. It means that when we look at public approval, it's divided. When we take a look at what the Supreme Court does, it's not doing, like you said, it's not giving leeway to anyone. And since vaccines doesn't appear to work that much, and since it appears that we're getting out of the pandemic, there was a division at the beginning, and now it seems that we don't need to take exceptional measures because in a few months we will probably be out of the pandemic. So I would say that to really have an exceptional decisions, we need to have an acknowledgement from everyone that this situation is exceptional. It wasn't the case at first because opinions were divided, and it's not the case now because people just think that within a few months we'll get out of the pandemic. And I think that the expectations are so divided that it doesn't really bear on the presidential behavior because there are so conflicting expectations that when there's a division, you don't know what to do, and it creates a balance, and you don't act. It's exactly like, each time they want to end the filibuster, but they realize that maybe it's going to go against them, so they end up doing nothing. And I think it's exactly the same thing with the COVID-related measures. So conflicting expectations that at the end nothing really happens. So like I said, for different reasons. At first it was because people were divided or not sure that it was such a big pandemic, and now it's because we think we're going to get out of it, so it's not necessary anymore. But it's always the same balance of conflicting expectations. I would say that about that.
Thank you. And then I had a question for Ahmed. So it's really, I was asking questions like, but it's about external enemies, and the pandemic is not an external enemy, and you answered that question brilliantly, so thank you. Which made me think about, perhaps we could compare then the COVID pandemic to things where there's not an obvious external enemy. Perhaps past pandemics, like there was evidently no rally around the flag effect with the beginning of the HIV epidemic or the AIDS epidemic, or other natural disasters, like there was no bump in popularity during the Katrina disaster, for example, or like an oil spill where there's a catastrophe, but it's not an external catastrophe. Have you thought about that kind of?
Yes, and I think I appreciate the examples that you mentioned, but I think there is still a difference, which is that Katrina affected a certain part of the population. The oil spill affected a certain part of the population. And so maybe people would feel something because it's their fellow Americans, but it didn't impact the entire country.
And actually, so this goes with a question that we have online here, which is, could it be that while serious, the pandemic was not sufficiently acute to benefit from the rally around the flag effect?
It's entirely possible. I do think the problem when it comes to COVID, and by the way, if I made it sound like I said that the situation was not exceptional, was not serious, that's not what I meant. I meant as serious as it was, it has not led to a rally around the flag effect. Can you repeat what the person just said?
Yeah, you just said that while serious, the pandemic was not sufficiently acute to benefit from that effect.
I've heard that argument, and I'm not sure that is the key. I think the key really has a lot to do with partisan polarization. And I think it has a lot to do with the fact that it's not even a knock on Trump. I'm not saying that Trump was divisive because I would disagree with him politically. I'm saying that divisiveness was part of his appeal and was part of what he used in his rhetorics. And we have other leaders in Europe who do the same thing. So I think it's very hard when you only have 12% of the people of the other party who agree with the decisions you're making and I think you're doing a good job, to be seen as the uniter in chief. people forget that Bush wasn't as popular as people think he was at the beginning of his term. It was he had a 51% approval rating, and then it went to 90%. I think it has more to do with partisan polarization, and that the US as a society has reached a point where, except for a really existential threat like the Cuban Missile Crisis, for instance, I think it's virtually impossible today for the US to be united around any subject. I was reading an article about the fact that there's virtually no amendment to the Constitution that could be adopted today, no matter what the amendment would be about. And I think it has a lot to do with the way people reacted or didn't react to COVID. To me, partisan polarization is the main issue.
Can I just follow up, and then just a word to follow up on what you're saying? I think I know where Michael's going with this, but I personally also think that it has more to do with the nature of the crisis and who's affected by it, especially who's affected by it. And I think it'll be interesting to find out once it's over and we have all of the epidemiological studies available on who got sick, who died, that we will see that it affected more or less disfavored communities of color, people who are poor, and that this partisan politics that you're talking about indeed exists, but those people who are against the massive vaccinations, I don't generally think that you hear them coming from very, very underprivileged communities. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm thinking that maybe this pandemic affected people who most Americans do not consider to be, how do I say this? It's not a national issue for them. It's just relegated to certain categories of
if I had to play devil's advocate, I would encourage you to look at something called the Herman Cain Awards, which is on social media, you're going to have a list, basically a before and after list of people saying COVID is a hoax, I don't need the vaccine, and the exact same people dying from COVID.
Right.
All of them are whites from the South.
Yeah.
And when I'm saying all, I mean all.
Yeah.
And there's actually a problem of under-vaccination in many of those underprivileged communities, especially if you look at the Black community. Last time I looked at the numbers was probably a month ago, and there was a problem of under-vaccination in the Black community.
Maybe that was for other reasons than refusing to be vaccinated.
Absolutely, no, definitely.
Sheila.
I'm wondering if the gun crisis could be considered in light of what you said. I know that it's so divisive, it's so complicated, but it is a national crisis.
Here's my my answer to that. It's probably going to shock a lot of people, but I'll explain it. The gun crisis is not a crisis. And what I mean by that is that in order for something to be described as crisis, there needs to be something exceptional about it. Mass shootings happen every other day in the United States. Problems with gun happen every single day in the United States. It was actually one of the points that I wanted to make as far as why COVID has not produced the sense of national unity that other crises have produced. If I had to give the answer about today, I would say COVID fatigue. And I think we all experience it. I think we've reached a point in the pandemic where it's almost too late to create a sense of national unity, because it's part of our lives now. I would say the same thing about guns. It's very hard to unite people around a crisis when the crisis is literally the everyday lives of American citizens.
Yeah, maybe just to add something to this. Usually what creates reactions is a great discrepancy between a situation and the next. So if there's not a big difference between a situation and the next, and we slowly get into a situation, we don't really feel the exceptionality of the situation. And I just wanted to add something. I wonder if maybe a key to understanding what we were talking about concerning the rally around the mask effect. Maybe also it depends on the willingness to take the risk. For instance, in the case of a war or of terrorism, people are not willing to accept the risk of a war. But in the case of COVID, many people were willing to take the risk of catching COVID, and so they didn't want to take any measures against it, because they were willing to accept the possibility of being sick.
So maybe the acuteness or lack thereof is actually an argument.
And this is linked to, it's actually the second question. that we have online is linked to exactly what you're saying. They're also saying that maybe there was no protagonist delivering an insult in COVID, unless they say you consider China as such, whereas the other events had an insulter. And then here, there was no insulter in COVID. That was the question.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the war on terror, it's pretty hard. Once Afghanistan was quote unquote taken care of, it was pretty hard to identify one great evil that was clearly identifiable. But yeah, maybe. But China could have played that role, I think.
But I think the threat is clear. You might get killed by terrorists.
Yes.
But in case of COVID, you might get sick and potentially need some, I don't know how it's called, respirator, something like that. Or you might go to the emergency room and you might get this and that, and there are different symptoms. And so it's not as clear as terrorism, for instance, is. Terrorism is someone uses a gun and kills people. In the case of COVID, is you might get sick, and if you get sick, you might get this and this symptom. And so it's not a clear threat and a clear enemy. I wonder if it's not the like I said earlier, when you have some doubts, it creates some confusion, and it's harder to take a definitive stance on an issue.
Thank you very much. Okay, great. So I would now like to introduce our next speaker, who is Mary Fitzgerald. Mary Fitzgerald is a researcher specializing in the Euro-Mediterranean region with a particular focus on Libya. She has conducted research on Libya for International Crisis Group and the United States Institute of Peace, among others. She has consulted for a number of international organizations, including in the areas of peace building and civil society. She is a non-resident scholar at the Middle East Institute in Washington, D.C., an associate fellow at the International Center for the Study of Radicalization, King's College, London, and an associate fellow at ISPI in Milan. Her writing has appeared in outlets including The New Yorker Online, Financial Times, Foreign Policy, The Washington Post, and The Guardian. And the title of her presentation, yes, here it is, Missing in Action, Biden and the Middle East. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ahmed. It's a pleasure to join you all this morning, and great to be back in person as well. The last time was just before the pandemic. And those of you who attended that last concert would be something interesting.
The night after the
exactly. I showed actually, as part of my presentation, a number of cartoons from the Middle East, North Africa media outlets in the region, independent cartoonists, basically portraying Trump. So it was to show different regional responses to the Trump presidency. Unfortunately, I don't have any such cartoons today to show you regarding the Biden administration. Make of that what you will. I think it's quite interesting that Biden isn't being caricatured or lampooned in the same way that Trump was. So I think for the purposes of my presentation this morning, I think it's quite interesting to think of Biden in terms of how he compares and contrasts with not just Trump, but also the Obama administration and its approach to the Middle East and North Africa. I think it's fair to say that in the early years, at least of the Obama era, there was quite an idealistic approach to the Middle East, North Africa. It was very much this kind of sense of outreach. There was a sense, certainly in the region, if you look back to Obama's landmark speech in Cairo, for example, that this was a US president who had a deeper understanding of the region, who was engaged in the region in a more nuanced way to, for example, the Bush era. So there was a lot of optimism, a lot of hope. And that hope and optimism, as the events of the so-called Arab Spring unfolded, 2011 and the years after that, that hope and optimism really started to falter. And I think that was particularly the case in terms of the Obama administration's approach to Syria, when it became clear that it wasn't willing to really take a strong position on the conflict there as such in terms of further sanctioning Bashar al-Assad. So I think the Obama era ended in the region with a lot of disappointment. Obama administration officials would argue that there is, in the latter years of the administration, was a more pragmatic approach, a realization of the difficult realities in the region as the events of 2011 continued to make themselves felt. Then, of course, we had the Trump era, as in other parts of the world, in the US itself, characterized by this bombastic America First attitude, very much a kind of a sense that, what I found fascinating about the Trump era and Trump's own personal approach to the region was that it was almost, he saw in the so-called strongmen of the region a reflection of himself. He certainly felt an affinity with them. I'm sure many of you will remember his, affectionate words regarding President Sisi of Egypt, my favorite dictator. So everything was very much, and he felt the same way about Erdogan in Turkey, etc., and the Gulf, the leaders in the Gulf monarchies. So there was very much a sense throughout the Trump era that we were back again to the strongman paradigm in the region, and not only an embrace of that paradigm for pragmatic realpolitik reasons, but an embrace of that because Trump felt these were his kind of people. And of course, if we look at Trump's record in the region, his belligerence with Iran, the fact that he pulled out of the nuclear accord, his cozying up to, indeed, I would say he's indulging of Saudi Arabia. You may recall his first overseas trip as president was to Riyadh, which really sent a very strong signal. On the Israeli-Palestinian issue, we saw an isolating of the Palestinian Authority, a cozying up to hardline elements within Israel. We saw, of course, the US Embassy moved from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, considered a very provocative signal. And I would say that generally the Trump era in the region, just like elsewhere in the world, was characterized by a lot of anxiety on the part of elements within the region who were opposed to the strongman paradigm, fears that basically Trump was reinforcing that, deepening that paradigm when that paradigm had been challenged by the events of 2011. So I think that if we look back on the Trump era, those who were very happy with how the administration approached the region were essentially those authoritarian leaders who really felt that Trump, again, mutual feeling that they were both their kind of people, if you like. So Biden's approach to the region, in contrast to all of that, the title I chose for my session today, Missing in Action, I think I should have put a question mark there to be a little more generous. But I think that we're basically seeing a restrained but pragmatic engagement with the region. We're definitely have seen a move away from kind of a maximalist approach to the region. Goals that the Obama administration embraced. Trump had his own kind of version of it to a degree in terms of some of the some areas in the region. But the maximalist goals that you recall from the Bush era as well, nation building, regime change, etc., that is very much in the past during the Bush administration and during the Biden administration. And I think there are a number of reasons for that. We all know that Biden has a lot of other very pressing priorities when it comes to foreign policy. There's this sense of we're in a new era of great power competition, China, Russia, we're seeing what's happening with Ukraine at the moment, etc. And we already saw during the Trump administration that there was a move away from the Middle East and North Africa as a priority area. And I think that this is likely to continue. However, what I would argue is that we cannot divorce the dynamics in the Middle East and North Africa from the whole question of great power competition. So if you look, for example, at the Mediterranean region, a region that has historically always been geopolitical, but has become more intensely geopolitical in recent years. We saw as a result of the conflict in Syria, Russia gain, it always had a foothold in Syria, but really gain a very, very strong influence in Syria since it intervened on the side of Bashar al-Assad. Similarly, in Libya, Russia became very involved in the civil conflict there. There's been an ongoing discussion as to whether we might see a Russian naval base in Libya in the next years. Certainly, this is something that European officials have told me they're very worried about. So we see Russia basically expanding its presence and influence around the Mediterranean. We also see China do the same. As we know, China is very key now in Greece, in the port of Paris. It's eyeing other ports around the Mediterranean. It is cozying up to particularly the United Arab Emirates, of course, somewhat away from the Mediterranean region, but still key in terms of the UAE's relationship with Greece, for example, and Egypt. So the Mediterranean region, as it relates to the Middle East, North Africa, is a place that should not, I think, be overlooked in terms of how it fits into that great power competition that we're seeing intensifying. So I think the risk here is that, and if you listen to what Brett McGurk, Biden's envoy on the Middle East, has been saying, he's trying to reassure, of course, the historical allies in the region, saying, look, the US is not leaving the region, which of course is the case. I don't think we're going to see a situation where, the US totally disengages from the region. And I would say that what is important for the administration to keep in mind is that, other areas and regions of the world may be taking a lot of your attention right now, but watch how those dynamics elsewhere are affecting the region, because it's all quite interconnected. And also, I think, certainly from what I've seen in Libya in recent years, as the Russians have expanded their presence and influence there with military forces and mercenaries on the ground, when the US, Western powers more generally tend to or appear to be disengaged, then we see more of a push by the Russians in terms of seeing opportunity. I think it's something similar with China to a degree, but not the same intensity. So I think that is also a risk in terms of, the US kind of playing its engagement with the region in a way that it shows that its geopolitical rivals, it's not leaving space for them to further push. So I think it's premature in many ways to suggest that few US interests remain in the region, but I think it's true to say that the Middle East and North Africa has changed as a region, but US interests have also changed globally and also regionally, as I mentioned. So I would say that this argument or this debate we've seen through successive US administrations regarding its approach, the US approach to the region, this kind of question of stability over democracy and human rights. The Biden administration and Biden himself as a candidate, if you go back over his speeches, he was very much focusing on the democracy and human rights aspects in terms of the Middle East and North Africa. But of course, as we see so often, what a candidate says on the stump versus their positions and their rhetoric in office are quite different. So what we've seen, I think, since his administration came in is more of that kind of pragmatism, an acknowledgement of the realities of the region, the limited room for maneuver, and as I mentioned earlier, the fact that their attention is on other geopolitical issues right now. But I'd like to just go through a kind of a shopping list in terms of Biden's key objectives, at least as he presented at the beginning of his administration for the Middle East, North Africa. There was getting the Iran nuclear agreement back on track after Trump pulled out of it, ending the war in Yemen, and resetting the relationship with Saudi Arabia, with the Israeli-Palestinian issue kind of further down the list of priorities. And on Iran, we've seen how not only did Biden re-enter the 2015 nuclear accord, but he also eased some of the sanctions regime against Tehran, very much trying to send a message that, look, let's forget about the Trump era, let's get back into talks in Vienna, we're serious about this, and we want an engagement as opposed to just this kind of belligerent attitude that Trump showed. But I think that the new regime in Tehran, new president, etc., has kind of complicated those efforts. Talks are continuing in Vienna, but more challenging, I think, than what the Biden administration initially expected. So a lot remains to be seen on that. But in my view, the fact that we have moved on from this Trump era of no engagement whatsoever, and instead belligerence and censure. And then, of course, we cannot talk about Iran without talking about the war in Yemen. And this is, what I will point out throughout is that several of the objectives of the Biden administration, several of the key issues are all interlocking. Iran, the war in Yemen, Saudi Arabia, etc. With Saudi Arabia, I think it's quite striking that Biden as a candidate promised to make Saudi Arabia a pariah, very strong language. And instead, what we've actually seen is an attempt by his administration to recalibrate, not rupture the relationship. I mean, it would not be realistic to expect Washington to rupture its relationship with Riyadh. So there's a recalibration. We saw in the first months of the Biden administration a freeze on some arms sales to Saudi Arabia, very much more trying to send a message as opposed to, again, that idea of a rupture. And we also saw Biden keep a distance from Mohammed bin Salman, which also, of course, sent its message compared to the cozy relations Trump had with MBS, as he's known. But what was quite telling, and I think what worried a lot of observers who were hoping for a more muscular criticism and approach by the Biden administration towards the regime in Riyadh, was that we saw Biden declining to punish MBS after the intelligence report that concluded MBS was involved in the murder of Jamal Khashoggi, the journalist. So I think that kind of has shown the limits here in terms of how tough Biden is prepared to be with Saudi Arabia. And one of the reasons for that is that Riyadh is needed to end the war in Yemen. Saudi Arabia has been involved in the war in Yemen now for several years. We know that the war in Yemen brings together the Iran dynamic. Iran is backing the Houthi rebels. And I think that the Biden administration's approach to Yemen has also reminded them how tricky these interlocking dynamics are. So, for example, in the early months of the administration, we saw Biden take the decision to remove the terrorist designation against the Houthis. This was widely criticized in Saudi Arabia and also other Gulf states. And the fact that we've seen the Houthis attack the United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia, missile attacks over the last year, has been seized on by critics of Biden's initial approach to the Yemen conflict as proof that basically you shouldn't have de-designated the Houthis. Your approach has been all wrong on this. And also we saw Biden saying he was going to end support for the Saudi offensive in Yemen. Again, I think that is tricky in that one can debate the extent to which what Saudi Arabia is doing in Yemen is for offensive purposes or defensive. Certainly, Riyadh would have its own views on that. So I think that what we've seen the administration do so far regarding Yemen is, as I said, showing its limited room for maneuver and the fact it really has to engage in a very delicate balancing act here. I don't see the war in Yemen ending anytime soon. I think Biden is quite limited at this point in terms of what he can do because he needs to maintain that balancing act. More generally in the Gulf, one recent development has been quite interesting and certainly raised some eyebrows in the Gulf more generally, given that it wasn't so long ago that we saw the GCC, the Gulf community, we can say, at war with itself. Well, most of them at war with, and I use war metaphorically, Qatar, which was very much isolated and blockaded. Last month, Biden basically announced that Qatar was going to be kind of favorite ally status. I'm paraphrasing, but we know Qatar, of course, is very important for the US in terms of the military base there, etc. And what's interesting is that, again, I think Biden's overtures to Qatar, very public overtures, shows not only is the Gulf crisis over, so they're all claiming to be buddies for now, but we're also seeing changing regional dynamics in terms of the relationship between the United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia with Turkey. So before that dynamic was part of the Gulf crisis. So we're seeing, again, a kind of a recalibration regionally that I think the Biden administration is trying to then harness to push its own agenda forward. Egypt, I think, is a really interesting example of where, again, you see Biden's objectives on the campaign trail meeting some difficult realities. And Biden as a candidate said no more blank checks for Sisi. He referred to the fact that Trump had referred to, described rather, Sisi as his favorite dictator. So there was very much the sense of, well, we're very much aware that Egypt is the second largest recipient of US military assistance. We know that Egypt is one of the most egregious, the Sisi regime, I should say, is one of the most egregious human rights abusers in the region. And there's very much a sense that they were going to use the muscle they had to pressure the Sisi regime. We haven't seen a whole lot of evidence of that. The Biden administration withheld $130 million in military assistance very recently to put pressure on the Sisi regime regarding human rights. But this was seen as a kind of a one-off gesture, and critics of this, particularly from international human rights organizations, were saying, well, if this is just a one-off gesture and it's not replicated when it comes to other states in the region that are also human rights abusers, then the message will be that this is not really a sustained pillar of policy, and instead it's just kind of symbolic gestures now and then. The response from Sisi, etc., I would argue kind of shows that that's how they're interpreting that this is not really something they have to be concerned about long term in terms of their engagement with the Biden administration. On Syria, very little to be said, I think, on Syria, apart from a kind of an acknowledgement of the realities there, an acknowledgement that Bashar al-Assad remains in power. That's likely to continue. He is bolstered by his backers in Iran and in Russia. So I think a difficult acknowledgement of those realities, but also, again, in terms of what I said about pragmatism, now kind of assessing how one can deal with those difficult realities while assisting the Syrian people. But we're not going to see, I think, any grand gestures or posturing regarding Syria, more an acknowledgement of those realities. And then on Israel and Palestine, Biden resumed ties with the Palestinian Authority that had been severed under Trump. He restored funding to UNRWA, the UN's program for assistance to Palestinian refugees, reaffirmed support for the two-state solution, such as it is, but he failed to solve the ongoing embassy debacle. And I think there's a sense in the region that the Israeli-Palestinian issue is not a huge priority for the administration. There's a sense that, well, the situation remains as it is, and that there are other parts of the region that are, we can say, kind of boiling to a greater degree. So I would conclude my remarks by basically kind of going back over everything I have discussed and saying, I think that we are not going to, that Biden's administration is kind of the latest chapter in an ongoing process of not disengagement, but scaling down in the Middle East and North Africa, a sense that there are greater priorities and challenges for the US elsewhere that directly affect or risk the position of the US as a geopolitical player more generally. And that, you know, there's a sense that in much of the region, the status quo is not something that threatens the US. So basically accommodating the status quo, ensuring that the status quo remains the status quo is fine for the US. This is not about idealistic ideas of bringing democracy to the region. I think the lessons of 2011 and what followed after 2011 have been learned in particular ways in Washington. They have made people, I think, more cautious. What is interesting is that if you look at the Biden administration and people who are in key positions, you know, they're all people, many of them, I should say, are people who were key during the Obama administration and worked on the region. So they have a knowledge of the region. Take, for example, Libya, which is my area of specialization in the region. It has been very interesting to see you know, there's been more of an engagement on the Libya file, but, you know, Libya certainly is not a priority, despite the fact we see that kind of great power competition play out in terms of increased Russian presence, et cetera. It is interesting for me in that if you look at Biden and Blinken, Blinken supported the 2011 intervention in Libya. Biden did not. So there was a disagreement there. And I think that disagreement kind of also perhaps gives us an insight in terms of, though I don't see Anthony Blinken as somebody with any great ambitions in terms of the US footprint in the region, but it kind of shows the kind of different views and how those views have changed over the last decade as well, in terms of what is possible in the region, what is necessary, and how you basically balance idealism versus actually realpolitik and being pragmatic in terms of how you protect your interests in the region. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. So our next speaker is Martin, and I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name. Quenez?
Works well.
Okay. So Martin currently serves as the Deputy Director of the German Marshall Fund of the United States Paris office and a research fellow in the Security and Defense Program. His work includes research on transatlantic security and defense cooperation and US and French foreign policy. He leads different research projects on European defense cooperation and the Transatlantic Defense Partnership. He's also an associate researcher for the European Council on Foreign Relations, working in France for its European Powers Program. He taught transatlantic relations at the Euro-American campus of Sciences Po. Prior to joining GMF, he worked for the Institute of Defense Studies and Analysis in New Delhi, where he focused on French and Indian strategic thinking. He's currently doing a PhD in contemporary history at the Sorbonne Nouvelle University. And his presentation is entitled Biden and Europe, the Difficult Renewal of Transatlantic Relations. Martin, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Very happy to be with you, although not in person. I apologize, I couldn't be at the center this morning, but happy to be here and to talk about transatlantic relations under the Biden administration. As you said, I work for the German Marshall Fund, so an American think tank with offices across Europe. And a lot of what I will share with you is informed by exchanges with colleagues in Berlin, Warsaw, Belgrade, Bucharest, and other capitals. So in this presentation, I will argue that there are perhaps three issues that have defined the Biden administration and its relationship to Europe during the first year of the presidency. Three sort of difficulties that have influenced the course of US-Europe relations in 2021. And when these issues happen to be overcome, they've opened a new chapter in the relationship. So the first issue is the expectation level. And on both sides, something that has created a high risk of disappointment and misunderstanding for the US and Europe. The second characteristic is the design of new policy priorities and of a new transatlantic agenda, something that the Biden administration has been very vocal about, that the transatlantic relationship had to be reformed. And the third characteristic is the question of policy consultation among partners. And most of the criticisms that come from Europe towards DC these days have to do with the lack of consultation. And in the end, I'll conclude by looking at the situation as it is now in February 2022, and in particular in the context of the Russia crisis. So let's go to the expectations first. And if you recall, in January 2021, the enthusiasm in Europe was quite high, not only because it was the end of the Trump years that were seen across the continent as extremely difficult for the transatlantic relationship, but because also Biden, as a candidate, said many things that sounded right to European ears. And if you look at the Pew numbers, the confidence in the US president went from about 15 to 19% under Trump in Europe to over 70% under Biden in all European countries. So we've had almost a 50-point increase in the confidence of Europeans to the US president. And it's larger than the president, because the image of the US has also changed in Europe with the Biden election. Among British people, 41% had a favorable view of the US under Trump, and it went up to 65% under Biden. Same in Germany, same in Italy, France, Sweden, all across the continent. What's interesting here is that it's not quite as high as in 2009, during the time of the Obama era, this idea that truly the expectation level at the very beginning of the Obama administration, as Derek Chollet would say, they were doomed to fail. Because the expectations were so high. But there is a parallel to be made in terms of a misunderstanding that was created in January 2021, with the idea that just like you had Obama, the European, now you have Biden, the European. And it also worked the other way. The Biden administration and American officials hope to find Europeans ready to cooperate very quickly. If you recall the Biden sort of doctrine paper for foreign affairs in April 2020, Why America Must Lead Again paper was very much focused on working with allies and why allies expected the US to lead. The reaction, the sort of disappointment from the Biden administration when the Europeans signed the comprehensive agreement on investment with China in December 2020 was the sort of first illustration of this misunderstanding. They expected the Europeans to wait for them to come and discuss the future of the relationship with China, and the Europeans went ahead with this agreement. So Biden was not yet, of course, at the White House, but Jake Sullivan, soon to become the national security advisor, tweeted at the time that that the US and the Biden-Harris administration would have welcomed more consultation from Europe on this issue. Now, these expectations were also sort of nurtured by the administration itself, because it presented itself when talking to Europeans as the most transatlanticist administration since Bush 41. And this is something that, again, in many European capitals, you could hear over and over in the first 6 months of the presidency. The idea that this is the best you can get from DC in terms of the people at the position of policy making, being committed to the relationship with Europe. So if you look at the list of officials, it's true that especially in the State Department, Blinken, Sherman, Nuland, they all have strong links to the relation to Europe and experience in the US-Europe relationship. And they all have proven throughout their career that they were committed to this relationship. Now, if you look at the details, though, if you look at the composition of the National Security Council, you can see that clearly the emphasis is on China. If you look at the team around Kirk Campbell and the team around Amanda Sloat, the director for Europe, this is truly, it's truly the perfect embodiment of the sort of secondary place Europe now plays in the administration. So the first exchanges between the Biden administration officials and European officials have sort of toned down the expectations. So I've had a series of interviews with US representatives here in Europe, and they all said that their very first exchange with their counterparts in Europe was that they said America is back, and Europeans answered, well, for how long? And it's true that the domestic politics in the US forced the Europeans to sort of adopt a hedging position vis-a-vis the Biden administration. They would like to work on this series of reforms, but they're also concerned about the long-term commitment of the US to the relationship. So the Biden administration found itself in a position where it had to prove itself quickly, without obviously having the team to do so, because the administration remained empty for most of the first year, with the first ambassador to Europe being confirmed by the Senate after the summer 2021. But yet there was this expectation that we would do fast and a lot and very fast. If you have to summarize the Biden doctrine vis-a-vis Europe, these are two pillars. The first is repair, the second is reform. Repair the relationship after the Trump years, but also look at the issues that are structural for the relationship and need to be revised and reformed in the 21st century. Now, Biden has done, I would say, quite well in closing the Trump parenthesis in the relationship with the Europeans, both in terms of the method, obviously, the discussion and the communication. I don't think I need to go too much into detail here, but has changed, but also in terms of substance. With symbolic issues, you can think about the Boeing-Airbus dispute that was resolved in June last year, but also the tariff on aluminum and steel took a bit longer, but sort of a compromise was found during the fall. But also on structural issues, the Biden administration has worked on closing some of the tensions that defined the Trump years. So on NATO, with a clear commitment of Joe Biden himself to NATO's Article 5, also on Brexit, with the administration communicating its support for the EU throughout 2021 during the tension between London and Brussels. Biden also showing a very strongly pro-EU agenda and a desire to work with the EU on climate and digital issues in particular. So all of this sort of helped close these 4 years and to address the question of repairing the relationship. Now on the reform part, I would say that the results are a bit mixed. There is a need to reform sort of deeper problems, such as security burden sharing among Europeans and Americans. There's a need to discuss more about the pivot or the rebalancing towards Asia and what it means for the relationship. There is a need to work on digital, climate, trade, democratic decline. All of these are sort of in suspense right now because the Biden administration simply did not have the bandwidth to work on all of this with Europeans during the first year. Now, looking at these new priorities that I just mentioned, I think this is perhaps the original misunderstanding, is that reading these priorities, the Biden priorities from Europe, many Europeans believe that the transatlantic relationship had become indispensable to the Biden administration, that once again, Europe would be very much at the center of the network of alliances that the US could rely on. And it's true that if you look at the so-called 3 Cs and 2 Ds, COVID, China, climate, and democratic decline digital, which were supposed to be the 5 priorities of the Biden administration in terms of foreign policy, you would think that Europe is the go-to partner and perhaps even the only partner that the US could rely on to tackle these. But if you see now the sequence of diplomatic initiatives launched by the Biden administration, what was quite clear for Europeans is that there were second-tier issues and that the priority was clearly Asia. The first great diplomatic moment of the Biden administration being the US-China summit in Alaska in March last year. And the reaction from Europeans was that the Biden administration had done their homework on China, that they had prepared clearly what they wanted from the Chinese and in this relationship. And this was there was a harsh difference in the Biden visit to Europe later during the year, in the second week of June, when he came both to London, then Brussels and Geneva for a series of summits and meetings. And the Europeans were sort of baffled to see that the Biden administration and the Democrats, despite being for 4 years in the opposition, had not done their homework on the transatlantic relationship. Every single initiative that had been decided and launched during this visit, if you think about the trade and the technology and trade council, if you think about the new Europe-US Security Summit, the relaunching or strengthening of the EU-US-China dialogue, the official launching of the NATO strategic concept in 2022, all these issues were other things that were already developed during the Trump administration, or things that the EU itself had suggested to the Biden administration in an official proposal back in December 2020, when the EU, the Commission, and the High Representative sent an official proposal for a new transatlantic agenda, in which you will find every single initiative that was decided 5 months later. So there was a sense that Biden and its team had not thought through these issues and had nothing new to offer to Europeans. The second, I would say, difficulties that I would like to highlight is the lack of consultation. And there you have a list, I would say, of 3 main moments during which the transatlantic relationship suffered in 2021. The first is the decision in June 2021 to declare that Nord Stream 2 is a fait accompli, and that the US and the Biden administration would not work on stopping the project anymore, but would rather work on mitigating the effects of Nord Stream 2. Now, the declaration was made by Tony Blinken, and it came as a surprise to many European partners, especially Poland and Lithuania, who were, according to their officials, given clear commitments by the Biden administration earlier that year that no decision on Nord Stream 2 will be taken without consultation with Warsaw and Vilnius. Now, Blinken comes up with this statement in June to their surprise. The second moment is more obviously the withdrawal from Afghanistan and the way this was handled. You have had declarations from Boris Johnson saying that back in June, when Joe Biden came to London, he had committed to keep troops in Kabul to make sure that European officials could stay in the embassies and that there would not be a withdrawal of the staff. Same in Berlin, where German officials claimed that the Biden administration had also committed to keep the airport open after the withdrawal of the troops. The lack of coordination within NATO has also been a point of tension during the summer, because there was in fact no meetings, special meetings at the highest level in the alliance between June and early August on Afghanistan. This was seen as quite a failure of communication among partners. And finally, the Joe Biden speech on August 31st, when he sort of explained all the principles behind the withdrawal, the ideas that guide him, that led him to take this decision, Europeans noted that they were not mentioned once in this sort of speech that closed a 20-year cooperation on the ground in Afghanistan, the longest mission of NATO in its history. The fact that Europeans were not mentioned and the costs for the transatlantic relationship was not mentioned in the speech was seen as quite a failure of consultation and coordination. The last and third and last failure is the creation of AUKUS, this US, Australia, UK pact on September 15th, which I would say, which obviously France is perhaps the only country, but I would argue not only, but the main victim of, and that was felt particularly strongly here in Paris. So just if you recall, between 2014 and 2016, the French and the Australians negotiated a deal around a series of submarines. It was called the deal of the century, a deal that was around 90 billion Australian dollars, and sort of a key piece in the French engagement in the region. So much so that President Macron gave his original speech about the French Indo-Pacific strategy in Sydney in 2018, marking that the strategic partnership between France and Australia was the first leg of the French Indo-Pac strategy. Obviously, the fact that AUKUS put an end to this deal was seen as, in the words of French Foreign Minister Jean-Yves Le Drian, a stab in the back, but also very much compared to the Trump methods of doing things unilaterally behind closed doors, behind the back of European partners. And this is something that has been, that will continue to come to in the French communication on the transatlantic relationship, AUKUS being sort of a reminder that some of the method that was characteristic of Trump has continued under Biden. Following the AUKUS crisis, the French have tried to Europeanize the issue and sort of unite Europeans around their case that AUKUS was a transatlantic crisis and not only a French-US or French-Australian crisis. This has failed. The Europeans did not want, in fact, to support the French attempt at Europeanizing the crisis. This was most clearly seen 15 days later, on the 29th of September, when the first summit or first meeting of the Trade and Technology Council took place in Pittsburgh, and while the French had played with the idea that the meeting could be postponed given the circumstances, all European leaders pushed back and wanted to have this council meeting on the due date. A month later, on October 29th, Biden and Macron published a joint communique on the side of the G20 summit in Rome, basically listing listing the different issues that require more consultation. One is Indo-Pac, 2 is Sahel, 3 is European security, and in a way, this joint communique closed the crisis, the AUKUS crisis, and a new chapter opened in the relationship between France and the US, but I would argue at the transatlantic level as well. Now, I will just conclude with a few takes on most recent developments and what it means for the transatlantic relationship. So as I just said, we are now in this post-AUKUS moment for the transatlantic relationship. The two most important developments being the work that is ongoing at the NATO level for the new strategic concept that is to be released in June 2022. And especially on NATO engagement with China, something that the US feels very strongly about, and that clear improvement and progress has been made since the fall last year. And the second being the Summit for Democracy later in December, when, although most Europeans and France in particular, some doubts were casted on the actual relevance of this summit, all participated and provided concrete roadmaps on their commitments in the framework of this summit, showing that there was still an ambition and an effort to work with the US on the question of democratic decline. In parallel, the Russia crisis started truly in October, November last year, when the defense officials from the US started alerting their European counterparts of Russian military buildup at the Ukraine border. And this crisis somehow, I would say, strengthened the transatlantic bond. And that is a question, sort of an open question right now, is that if Vladimir Putin's goal was to split Europe and the US, so far over the past 4 months, the exact opposite has happened. The level of consultation and the level of intelligence sharing between the US and Europeans over the past 3 months has been historical. The level of intelligence sharing between the US and France and Germany is now so high that there are basically no difference between France, Germany, and members of the Five Eyes, this group of countries that have a special intelligence sharing process. Now, the communication by the Biden administration on the idea that they would indeed engage with Moscow, but that nothing about Europe would be discussed without Europe. This was also seen as an extremely reassuring principle for Europeans. I would conclude by looking at a couple of trends for 2022 and the rest of the presidency. I think that for the transatlantic relationship, there are 4 major issues to come. One is obviously the impact of US domestic politics, the result of the midterms. I don't need to go too much into detail, but there is a great concern here that democratic defeat in this year would mean the end of a lot of the transatlantic agenda that has been put in place since January last year. The second is the long-term consequences of the Russia crisis on NATO, on the European strategic autonomy debate, and on the US posture in Europe. Something sort of parallel to this is that the US is to release a number of important strategic documents during the first half of this year, the national security strategy, the national defense strategy, the new US nuclear review. All of this will obviously influence defense cooperation in the years to come. And finally, the ability to deliver on what has been launched. So I mentioned the Transatlantic Trade and Technology Council, the Democracy Summit, but also cooperation on the sort of new Iran deal or on the climate agenda. This will be the Biden legacy on the US-Europe relationship. I'll stop here and happy to take questions afterwards.
All right. First of all, I hate to be that guy, but there was a cell phone that kept ringing during the presentations. So if you could please all put your cell phones on mute, that would be very nice. Thank you. So of course, we are now going to give you the opportunity to ask any questions that you may have. However, I am going to shamelessly use my position as moderator to ask the first question, if that's okay with everybody. I actually have 2 questions for you, Mary. By the way, you asked me where I was from, and I answered Paris. And now I realized that a much more interesting answer would have been to tell you that I was born in Tunisia. Because of course, that explains a lot of part of why I was so interested in what you had to say.
I thought Ahmed was actually American. He has a very American accent.
Thank you very much. So I actually have 2 questions for you. The first one has to do with the Abraham Accords. So these peace agreements between Bahrain, the United Arab Emirates, and Israel that were signed in 2020.
Sudan as well. Yeah.
Yes, exactly, in Washington, D.C. And the normalization of relations between Israel and Morocco, Israel and Saudi Arabia, I think. And I would like to have your opinion on these accords, because I saw a lot of people downplaying them to a certain extent by saying that those were peace accords between countries that weren't at war, so they aren't really good accords. But at the same time, I have to say, following those accords, I saw things that I thought I would never see in my life, such as the Israeli anthem being played in the United Arab Emirates. I think it also happened in Saudi Arabia also. So basically, how important and how significant are those Abraham Accords? And the second question, very quickly, you talked about when it comes to national security / foreign policy, you said that some people who were very important players in the Obama administration were also here during the Biden administration. Unless I'm wrong, and it's entirely possible, I think that one of those key players that was very involved in foreign policy decisions during the Obama administration was Ben Rhodes, the Deputy National Security Advisor. And again, unless I'm wrong, I think he's not part of the Biden administration. And so I wanted to know if that had any influence, and to what extent it had an influence on the differences between the two administrations in terms of foreign policy.
Thank you very much, Ahmed. So your first question on the Abraham Accords, one of the kind of babies, if you like, of the Trump era in the Middle East, North Africa, and as you said, mixed views in the region, and this question as to whether these are lasting and enduring deals or whether they will fall victim to changing winds in the future. But yes, it has been extraordinary to see, as you said, the normalization. As you mentioned, some of the things we've seen happening in Saudi Arabia, the UAE, that goes beyond normalization. I mean, warm bilateral ties being developed, at least optically speaking. And when Sudan signed up to the Abraham Accords, that was also quite striking. But I think that the extent to which the Biden administration has kind of, that I think they see the Abraham Accords as a fait accompli for now. I don't think they see it as a negative development. They see normalization with Israel. Obviously, Israel remains a key priority for the US. That normalization is a good thing. It takes some of the pressure off the US in terms of what was a key part of US foreign policy in the region, the idea of securing Israel, protecting Israel, etc. But we haven't seen a great push from the Biden administration to basically encourage other states to follow suit. So I think that's to do with obviously legacy issues, right? It's a legacy of the Trump administration, and if other states want to sign up, well and good, but we're not going to kind of glorify the Trump legacy, so to speak. I would remain in some ways, however, skeptical of this in the long term, in terms of, I think, in the last years, and because this was driven by the Trump administration, there was a kind of a calculation on certain states in terms of, this is the way the wind is blowing, we have to kind of sign up to this, it makes sense for now. I think that we shouldn't rule out in sometime in the future this being reassessed, just depending on what's going on elsewhere in the region. As we know, this particular issue has often fallen kind of victim to broader trends in the region. On the question of Obama administration officials serving in the Biden administration, yes, you're right that Ben Rhodes is not directly involved, but I mean, I would maybe revisit my remarks in terms of not really big names, of course, Anthony Blinken, but people who are, scattered throughout the administration, who are working directly on MENA policy, who have that background. Whereas, just to give one example, during the Trump era, the person on the National Security Council was Victoria Coates, who was I have the name wrong. So basically somebody who was a political appointee, and she was not very well informed on the region, and this was very, very problematic. So I think we have more people in the Biden administration who have a background in the region and then bring a kind of a more informed, nuanced approach. I'm going to check that name, sorry.
Thank you very much. I also have a question for Martin, and then of course I'll let people ask that question. Martin, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. You said that there was a jump in popularity in Europe for the American president when Biden succeeded Trump. And I wanted to know, in your opinion, how much of that is the result of who the two individuals are, in other words, Biden and Trump, and how much of that is simply the result of a democratic president succeeding a Republican president? Because as we know in France, for instance, every American presidential election, you have 80 to 90% of the country who would vote for the Democratic candidate. So how much of that is Trump versus Biden, and how much of that is a Democrat versus a Republican?
Yeah, so you're right. You said that obviously there is, you have to sort of ponder the results given the fact that anyway, the popularity of a Republican president is much lower than the one of the Democratic one. The only exception, or sort of exception, being the UK, Poland, and Hungary, where you would find results that are closer to 40% popularity for a Republican president and 60 to 70% for a Democratic one. However, Trump obviously reached levels that were unknown. Even during the Bush administration, at the worst time of the Iraq war, you never had 9% of Germans who had a favorable opinion of the US, which was the case under Trump. Similarly, and that was, I think, that's a point I think that really needs to be understood. There is an Obamania that is very specific to 2009 that we did not see happen in 2021. So if you look at the past 20 years, Obama and Trump sort of come as an extreme variation of something that is indeed long-term and more structural, a preference for a democratic candidate or democratic president. But truly the change in 2009 and 2021 were interesting in that sense that we welcomed Obama as the European, and we saw in particular with Trump a level of disapproval that was historical.
Thank you very much. All right, everybody, the floor is yours.
From the audience.
You have a question for Mary. You used the expression reset, I think it was between the US and Saudi Arabia, but I do know that the expression was also used toward Russia. But during the first presentations with Ahmed, we talked about and we emphasized the fact that there was more stability than changes across presidencies. And this idea that you can just reset relationships is exactly the opposite. It's the idea that you have no constraints, countries have no interests, and that you can just ask, reset, and move forward, ignoring what happened before. So do you know why this idea that you can just reset relationships is so prevalent in US foreign policy? I don't know if you have an idea.
Well, first of all, I'd like to say Victoria Coates is the name of that I was mentioning earlier. So you know what, I think I find the expression, I'm a former journalist, so the language that is used by different administrations I find fascinating. And reset is a snappy phrase, right? It's interesting, it catches the ear, etc. So I think that there's that aspect of it, right? It's snappy, it conveys something, even if the reality is quite different. You know, I think whatever about resetting relations with other states, I think the Saudi reset was always going to be challenged. And as I said, that was very much the rhetoric of Biden as a candidate. And, you know, reset sounds very gentle compared to saying, you know, as he did as a candidate, we'll make Saudi Arabia a pariah, which was quite extraordinary language when you think of it, given how long-standing the relationship between the US and Saudi Arabia has been. But I think in the case of Riyadh, you know, it's going to be fascinating to see what happens in the next years, because you have a crown prince, Mohammed bin Salman, who is essentially the power, and who is still only in his 30s. So when he's king, you know, it's going to be interesting. I think it's already interesting to see how he's evolving as a young crown prince, with all the controversies and with what we know of his approach to various issues. So I do think that, you know, as I mentioned earlier, the fact that Biden did not in any way denounce or strive to punish MBS after that very damning intelligence report involving him in the murder of Khashoggi, despite the fact that there had been a lot of talk about what the Biden administration may do in that situation, shows that I think there's an understanding of the, dare I say, volatility of the current dispensation in Riyadh and how one engages then as a result. So a reset, I think, means something different in that context.
I have a question. Thank you, both of you, for your talks. I have a question for Martin. It might be a little bit naive, but I think maybe you'll be able to give us insight. Since you've been an observer and a participant in transatlantic relationships over many years, have you noticed since Brexit, since England left the EU, have you noticed a change on the part of the American representatives of diplomacy and foreign policy? Have you noticed a decrease in their acute interest for European matters because England is no longer a part of this union, or has that not been the case?
Yeah, thank you. I would say that there are two ways to look at it. One is the Biden administration is most interested in working with the EU on issues that have to do with what they call the 21st century issues. So digital, climate, China, trade. The UK not being part of the EU means that they are often sidelined in this discussion. They're not part of the Transatlantic Trade and Technology Council, where you would find 10 working groups tackling issues to do with data privacy, to investment screening, to the future of AI. All these issues that I can tell you, the former colleagues of mine now at the State Department used to tell me that NATO was the transatlantic relationship of the 20th century. And now we have to think about digital, climate, China. These are the priorities where the UK has suffered most for not being part of the EU. On the other hand, the bilateral relationship, especially on defense and strategic issues, has not been affected so far, because the US and the administration, whether it's Trump or Biden, continues to see NATO as the main framework of discussion and the main framework of cooperation with the Europeans. And the UK still being part, obviously, of NATO, this has not been a domain where Brexit has had any sort of impact. The signing of AUKUS as this sort of historical first attempt at creating a security pact in the Indo-Pacific, the fact that the UK is part of this pact is very symbolic in that sense, that on defense and security, the UK remains the sort of, there's still this sort of special relationship. Now, I would argue that this would be even more the case with the Republican administration that has always been more reluctant to work with the EU, especially under Trump, but not only. And also because the issues that I mentioned at the beginning are usually less of a priority for Republican administration. So depending if you look at, the 21st century problems or the more traditional security and strategic issues, the UK the Brexit has had a different impact on the relationship with the UK.
Thank you very much. That was very clear.
We have a comment online. I think it's kind of linking the two panels this morning. We have a comment saying that Martin's comment about Biden handling things in a manner more typical of Trump than the Europeans expected seems to be in line with what Ahmed said, that the presidency is more influenced by the institutions than they are by the man in charge.
Especially in foreign policy. I mean, notoriously, if there's one ship that is really hard to move, even more than domestic policy, actually, it's certainly foreign policy.
I would just say that on this, look, it depends a bit who you ask in Europe. Obviously, the French would be particularly would agree with the idea that there is much continuity between Trump and Biden, and in some way, Biden is Trumpism with a human face, and that is the sort of sugarcoating of the same foreign policy with a much more reassuring discourse and narrative. And it is true that it took 10 months for the Biden administration to come back to the table and lift some of the aluminum and steel tariffs that were imposed in 2019 by the Trump administration. And even now, in fact, all the tariffs have not been lifted. Tariffs that were imposed, as you remember, under the justification that trade with the EU in these sectors was a matter of national security for the US, something that is hard to understand still today. So you would see that in the trade sector, in the also in the defense industrial sector, you would see a lot of continuity. AUKUS, especially in France, has been branded as a sort of a Trump legacy in the Biden administration, in the way it was handled and the brutality of the decision. And beyond that, the future of the US commitment to European security is still very much in the air. The current crisis with Russia has been an opportunity for Biden to reaffirm his commitment and the commitment of the US to Europe. But in the long term, the discussion about burden sharing, the discussion about Europeans doing more for their own security and the security of their neighborhood remains the same. So the idea that there's a continuity is something that many in Europe would agree with.
Phil.
I have one, and this one really isn't just a question. It's for Mary. You were talking about the sort of delicate balance that the administration has to do with Saudi Arabia vis-a-vis the war, bringing the war in Yemen to a conclusion, and leaving aside that it would probably help us stop all of arms shipments, not just the defensive ones, if that's really the goal. But I was wondering if you might address what role, if any, you think that also that Saudi Arabia's role within OPEC also has on that. I mean, the U.S. is having kind of a nightmares of the 1970s when OPEC actually had a big role in the inflation shocks in the early 70s. And it sure seemed like there was a micro OPEC movement around the time that Biden was talking tough about MBS, and that seems to have eased without a commensurate effect on inflation, of course. I'm just wondering if you had any thoughts on that.
Well, I think it's interesting because there's this ongoing debate, which reminds me a little bit of the Turkey-Europe conversation. So this ongoing debate that basically in recent years, Riyadh needs Washington more than Washington needs Riyadh, when that was not the case, say, 15 years ago. So that the way the US is managing its energy needs now, the planning it's making for its energy needs in the future, means it's not going to be as dependent on Saudi Arabia, et cetera, in the future. And this is actually affecting the calculations then of Riyadh. And then there are others who would argue that that it would be wrong to assume that that's really the case so much now. It may be in the future, but it's not a critical dynamic at present. I think what you've just outlined shows that this is it's very fluid in terms of how Riyadh is seeing Washington's overtures, approaches in relation to this this wider context. But it is, I think, it shows that more generally, Saudi Arabia, the other Gulf states, Libya, a country that is utterly dependent on oil revenues, not so much obviously key to its relationship with the US, but more European countries, has a lot to learn from what other countries in the region are doing in terms of economic diversification. But certainly this is a key issue. But I do think that in the future, we're going to see more of that kind of insistence that Riyadh needs Washington more than the other way around, and that's going to affect the relationship.
Can you read the question in the chat?
The other question was about getting all the names of the participants and their affiliations again. So we'll send a link probably to we'll post a link to the program or something.
Okay. If nobody has a question, I have one for Mary. My question has to do with the Israeli-Palestinian context situation. Does anybody in the Biden administration have a plan, according to your resources or according to your sources? Is anybody working on it? Or is it not even on his agenda for this first administration on trying to pursue in creation of the Palestinian state?
I'm sorry, just to link it to my question on the Abraham Accords, isn't the fact that so many Arab countries are actually normalizing their relationships with Israel basically the sign that they don't really care about the Palestinian situation, and that in turn is going to be really hard for any American president to try to solve the problem if even Arab countries themselves no longer really care?
Well, so it's been really interesting over the past decade, since the events of 2011, to see the extent to which the Israeli-Palestine issue, which was key in conversations on the Middle East, North Africa, key in media coverage. There was a sense that it was the root of everything, that it fed radicalization throughout the region, that it fed all these negative dynamics throughout the region in terms of the whole stability over democracy, human rights, et cetera, so many dynamics. And the extent to which it has now faded from the conversation, questioning that importance that it was given, possibly in the past. And I found that a fascinating dynamic. And I think the Palestinians in many ways have been kind of fighting for attention and fighting for oxygen because they know it's fallen down the priority list. The Trump era, of course, the Abraham Accords, but also this, moving away, certainly the conversation moving away from talk of two-state solution, et cetera, et cetera. And I think that basically the Biden administration so far has been kind of treading water on this issue. There were clearly things that they felt they had to do initially in terms of rolling back some of what Trump did, but not very big moves or gestures or decisions. And I think, as I said about the Abraham Accords, that, I think they're wary of kind of giving too much credit to Trump for that. They're happy that this has actually happened, possibly hoping that this is a dynamic that may gain further momentum. But again, I would say I would urge caution in terms of the long-term durability of those agreements, because these are agreements that have been made. Of course, bilateral agreements, government to government, things can change in the region. I'm not sure in many of these states that the popular sentiment in those states necessarily matches what is, the decision of that state to normalize relations with Israel. So but if you look at the states that have signed up to the Abraham Accords, they're all authoritarian states that have tried their best to stem the dynamics we saw emerge in 2011. I think another question here is the extent to which that dynamic, which is still there and bubbling in the region, can be stemmed long-term or snuffed out. I would argue not. You talk to some people in the region, particularly economists, who will argue that the roots of what we saw explode in 2011, that's still there, the grievances are still the same, the socioeconomic challenges are still the same, and what we have instead is a layer of even more repression than we saw arguably pre-2011. So many economists in the region are predicting that we will see, and I don't like using the term, but an Arab Spring 2.0 in the future, which could be bloodier, possibly more anarchic than what we saw in 2011. So that's, I think, something that people are watching. And that then, I think, is a further dynamic that casts into question the long-term feasibility of the Abraham Accords.
Very good, very interesting. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. Hello again, everybody. I hope you had a nice lunch. This afternoon, we're going to be moving away from international relations, foreign policy, and institutional questions, apart from, of course, a discussion of the Supreme Court from an institutional sense that Phil will be presenting us in a second or two. And then we'll move on to social and cultural issues with our remaining speakers and end the day with Audrey Célestine, who's a researcher who will be joining us by Visio, like Martin Quenez did this morning. So first we're going to hear from Phil Hostek. Phil is, first of all, he has his Ronde de Serviette with the series on the presidential series that Yvonne-Marie and I launched a few years ago, and I think you've been at every single one.
Yes, I think I need my challenge coin.
Okay,
for this one.
You'll get some miles.
Okay.
How's that? Phil is a litigator and a counselor focusing on state and federal constitutional law, civil rights, and labor issues. Before becoming a sole practitioner, Phil served as senior counsel for the National Education Association, which you might know is the largest labor union in the United States. As a senior attorney in the appellate and Supreme Court branch of the National Labor Relations Board, as an attorney with the Washington, D.C. law firm Bredhoff and Kaiser, and as a judicial law clerk to the Honorable Dolores Sloviter of the United States Court of Appeals for the 3rd District, and to the Honorable Louis Pollack of the U.S. District Court for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania. He is a graduate of the University of Texas at Austin and Cornell Law School, and as with every year, we are thrilled to have him come here from Spain and give us his presentation today.
Thank you.
Thank you,
It's
Phil.
always fun to hear my CV and realize that it's a CV of a guy who can't seem to hold a job for that long. Okay, so the title for this talk is drawn from a question posed by Justice Sotomayor in the oral arguments in Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization, which is a case challenging a Mississippi law banning abortions after the 15th week of pregnancy. To set the stage for this question, which is going to frame the discussion, this law plainly violates existing precedents on abortion rights, namely Planned Parenthood versus Casey, which narrowed the Roe v. Wade decision, but still nonetheless bars states from prohibiting abortions after the first approximately 25 weeks of gestational age. However, the Dobbs case comes to a Supreme Court with a solid conservative bloc of 6 Republican appointees. All 6 have made clear that they oppose abortion rights to one extent or another, most to a fairly maximal extent. And they've done that in judicial opinions, in other writings and speeches, or some combination of all these. And this law was obviously designed to be a vehicle for overruling Casey. Indeed, as Justice Sotomayor pointed out in the run-up to her question, the legislative sponsors of this bill in Mississippi, in fact, just flat out said, we're doing this because we have new justices. Got rid of that squish, Kennedy replaced by Kavanaugh, and then, of course, the balance switched even further with the passing of Justice Ginsburg, which allowed the fast tracking of Amy Coney Barrett to the Supreme Court. So, given these realities, given what happened at this oral argument, and what was going on at the time in a Texas abortion case that I hope to have time to talk about toward the end,
We will.
Okay, yeah, and I don't want to step on,
No problem.
on your presentation either. The outcome seems pretty predetermined, that law is almost certainly going to be upheld. And the only interesting questions, the only betting questions are what the point spread is going to be, what the vote tally is, and, you know, the scope. Are they going to just go all the way and say, you know, Casey's dead? Or are they going to continue this death by 1,000 hacks, which I don't think there's a majority for. Roberts may want to go that way, as we'll talk about later, but that still leaves a 5-4 decision to overrule Casey. So I'm putting my pundit marker down on that outcome, as depressing as it is. Now, Justice Sotomayor's question was obviously made with all of this in mind. It was ostensibly directed at counsel for the state of Mississippi, but as is often the case with the justice's question, she's really targeting a different audience, and that audience is primarily her colleagues. In particular, I think Chief Justice Roberts, who's shown some interest in preserving some semblance of institutional regularity, if not actual legitimacy, and maybe even to Justice Barrett as the newest justice on whom all eyes are going to be focused, as if Roberts defects from a majority opinion, Justice Barrett is going to be the deciding vote. Now, the question is actually pretty extraordinary and worth pausing on for a little while. The Supreme Court, of course, does not allow cameras in the courtroom, and I wasn't there, but I'm going to take the liberty of this as my recreation of what what may well have what this may well have looked like. And let's see, in full is will this institution survive the stench that this creates in the public perception that the court in its constitutional decisions is engaged in wholly political acts. I'm doing that from memory, so it
was about that.
It was approximately that. Back up to. Yeah, will this institution survive the stench that this creates in the public perception that the Constitution and its reading are just political acts? This question is, of course, not an appeal on the merits of the idea that the Constitution should continue to forbid the state from interfering with a woman's decision to obtain abortion services. But it is one that's aiming to convince two of her colleagues that protecting the institutional legitimacy of the court is something that they should consider to outweigh where they fall on the merits. And this is about as stark, if not, I dare say, pungent an appeal to that concept as one's apt to hear from a sitting Supreme Court justice. You know, it's obviously, I think, a very last-ditch effort to, like I said, peel off 2 votes, with the promise that the institutional fallout of a decision along those lines is going to be ruinous, even to the court's very survival. So there are varying concepts of the judicial legitimacy in the literature, but I'm just going to focus on the one that is embodied by this question that's sort of the predominant one, which is the idea that the work of federal judges, and in particular that subset of them comprising the justices of the Supreme Court, is, or at least should be perceived to be, apolitical. These 2 alternative formulations are also worth briefly pausing on. The first and the strongest view is that federal judges, at least when they're acting properly, are endeavoring to reach the legally right result in every case, and that in doing so, they occupy some kind of pristine realm of pure non-ideological legal reason, untainted by the grubby world of the political. Thus, that their interpretation and application of not just federal statutes, not just the Constitution, but also state and federal common law, the right result is one that they can achieve through the application of sort of ideological, non-ideological, neutral principles. This debate is a long pedigree, which I won't go into, and I'm, not going to pretend to resolve. But from this very objective presentation, I think you can probably guess where I fall on this. The weaker version is a rather more instrumental, and I think it's the most interesting, and the most realist version, and thus closer kind of to where I sit. And it's also reflected in Justice Sotomayor's question. That view is sort of whatever the underlying reality is, whatever judges actually are doing, whatever they tell themselves they're doing, whatever they think they're doing, they should at least be seen to be engaged in a wholly non-political endeavor. This is kind of borne out by some of her follow-up questions, where she stresses again, public perception. I quote, if people actually believe that it's all political, how will we survive? So, as I said, I'm not going to sort of dwell on the theoretical, but just say that these are the stakes of the debate, because the meat of this presentation is meant to be an examination of the particular ways that the Roberts Court does its work. And I kind of hope that that examination will help at least provoke some skepticism toward the idea of ideologically free adjudication, especially on major constitutional issues. So, for now, it's suffice to say that, I guess with apologies to the anonymous author of the Gospel of St. Matthew, the stench you will always have with you. This isn't to suggest that this rhetoric of institutional legitimacy is unimportant. It's very important, and not the least to the justices themselves. And I don't mean to dismiss the idea entirely as nothing more than an ideological smokescreen. I think it is that, but I think it's much more complicated, or so at least I hope, or else I've devoted my career to a rather futile endeavor. And there are also certainly meaningful differences in, let's say, sort of the flavor of the stench arising from the court's decisions. And in that vein, it's time to look at some of the features of what I think are the Roberts Court's particular sort of aromatic emanations. And this can be best summarized by the term
The flesh down.
Faux restraint. Now, this manifests itself in a lot of ways, but we have not that much time, and these are both going to be a little complex to unpack, because it's going to involve a lot of tedious legal doctrine, but that's part of the method. So the two most significant features to me that have emerged in observing and using and trying to use the decisions of the court over the last 10 years is one, the sort of discovering of what I'm calling jurisprudential Easter eggs. So what this actually involves is the court drastically repurposing and transforming older doctrines that are actual doctrines, but ripped out of their original context and given entirely new meanings and applications. And sometimes it's just sort of stray reasoning in favor of a decision. It may be make weight, it may be what we call dicta, unnecessary to the decision, but it's in the cases, and the Roberts Court will capitalize on these, and again, sort of repurpose them and use them to justify quite radical departures from otherwise settled doctrine. And the other one is the use and abuse of what's come to be known as the shadow docket. The shadow docket is actually nothing more than the court's sort of processes for dealing with emergency applications. And there's nothing inherently kind of illegitimate about it. It's sort of necessary. It's the way a lot of death penalty appeals come to the court. But this court has been increasing its use of this emergency power and these very summary proceedings with truncated briefing, without oral argument, and with pretty brief gnomic opinions that aren't even signed. No justice puts their name to the opinion. You only really know how people voted when there are sort of concurrences and dissents. So I have two examples, and again, I'm going to apologize for all the doctrine. It's kind of tedious, but I think it's sort of necessary. The first is this concept of equal sovereignty of the states, which the Roberts Court wheeled out in order to invalidate Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act in Shelby County versus Holder. This original doctrine was entirely concerned with disputes arising over the conditions under which new states were admitted to the Union. Simply put, it was that Congress can't place conditions on the admission of new states that are kind of really seriously different from those conditions for the original states. And the cases are all more than a century old. And because it's been a long time since a new state was admitted, and even longer time since there was a dispute over admission, they've sat on the book largely as museum pieces. Until, that is to say, the Roberts Court set its sights on Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act. So the Voting Rights Act has two main provisions. Section 2 prohibits discriminatory voting practices, and that one is sort of intact still. But Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act was a really unique provision that required some jurisdictions to obtain what's called pre-clearance from the Justice Department or from a special three-judge court in order to make any change to their voting laws. The Section 5 didn't name any states. It had a formula. If your state had discriminatory voting practices or laws in the past, and if there was less than 50% participation in the relevant benchmark presidential election, then your jurisdiction was in. It covered like 9 states, most of them in the South. But it also covered big chunks of New York, which had a lot of crooked elections, because it didn't just apply to states, it applied to local government entities as well, which is something to bear in mind when you think about this equal sovereignty of the states business, that this part of the baby went out with the bathwater as well. New Hampshire was covered, Michigan, parts of Michigan were covered. And it's also good to note that Section 5 originally had a 10-year expiration date, and that Congress, by overwhelming majorities, extended it 5 times until the Roberts Court ruled it unenforceable. So the Roberts Court held that provision unconstitutional in 2013 by rereading the equal sovereignty idea as the idea that every federal law should basically treat all states the same in outcome. And that is, kind of like not the law. And that's really not the way that law was meant to be enacted, and it would snuff out really big swathes of the US code because there are a lot of laws that end up having incidentally differential effects on different states. And the next one I want to talk about, and I'll try to make this much faster, is the major questions doctrine. This is also something that was kind of transformed out of earlier decisions. And the background of this is really that there are decisions about the power of executive agencies. In the bad old days of the early 20th century, the court was implacably hostile to economic regulation, and it used a doctrine called the non-delegation doctrine to overturn administrative regulations it didn't like. The last time that was used was 1937 to snuff out parts of Roosevelt's first New Deal programs. It's never actually been overruled, but it's basically dead. It's been disfavored for a long time. But it's kind of reemerged as the major questions doctrine. So after that doctrine basically died on the vine, there was a period where the courts were pretty freewheeling about what it did with federal regulations that it didn't like. And then in 1984 was a landmark decision in administrative law called Chevron versus National Resources Defense Council, which basically said, look, Congress really needs to delegate the details of regulatory programs to agencies. So here's the deal. If the law is ambiguous, if it's unclear one way or another as to whether the agency has this authority, then we uphold it if it's at least a reasonable interpretation of the statute. So it's a two-step inquiry. Is it covered? Is it addressed specifically first? And if not, has the agency done something reasonable here? And a few Rehnquist court decisions, which were more skeptical of regulation, sort of threw into the analysis on the reasonableness question. Well, this is actually a really big issue. Not so sure we should presume that Congress meant the agency to have the authority to have the last word on this. So we think it's unreasonable. And that was usually just part of a whole bunch of other reasons that the court gave for overturning a regulation. But in 2015, the Roberts Court began its process of taking this as a complete end run around this inquiry altogether. It says, no, actually, on really things that we think are really important, major questions, issues of big economic and political import, we require a ultra clear statement of Congress of intent to let the agency do this. And if you don't have it, invalid. There's no ambiguity analysis, no reasonable analysis. It's just dead. This was the doctrinal hook for both of the cases. Well, the case that we were talking about earlier, the OSHA case with the vaccine mandate. There were a bunch of other reasons, very poor ones, thrown into that decision, but its main doctrinal hook was this idea. So that at least for what the court considers major questions, which is a completely vague standard, it's really a recrudescence of the non-delegation doctrine. Regulations they don't like, they don't even have to really talk about whether or not that's a reasonable decision. And two recent decisions. One was the CDC's eviction moratorium was overturned on this ground, and the OSHA rule on vaccinations and testing also. And it's important to note that both of those were decided on the court's shadow docket. With that, I'm going to defer any discussion of the Texas abortion case, which is an absolute horror show. And if I have 1 minute, I just want to
1 minute.
I want to conclude. I'm going to outsource my conclusion to one of my favorite books, and that always keeps me going through the darker days of law practice, which is to say that, I think to varying degrees, justices like Sotomayor and even Roberts subscribe to a version of this, even though they certainly wouldn't put it this way. And what Thompson said in giving a qualified defense of the concept of the rule of law as a Marxist historian, said, if the law is evidently partial and unjust, then it will not mask anything, it will not legitimize anything, it will contribute nothing to any class's hegemony. The essential precondition for the effectiveness of law, even if its function as, he says ideology, I would say what Slavoj Žižek would say is pure ideology, is that it shall display an independence from gross manipulation and shall seem to be just. It cannot be so without upholding its own logic and criteria of equity, indeed, on occasion, by being just. So, with that sort of somewhat meager defense of the rule of law, I will turn this over.
Thank you very much. We could indeed talk hours, and we will afterwards on dinner, because
Yes.
there's so much density, and I agree with you in the way that the court uses, for example, tests, or the way they,
yes.
their whole process and methodology is a science unto itself that has to be analyzed, and it has an impact on the way the decisions are going to come out afterwards. I agree. Okay, thank you. We're now going to hear from Michael Stamboulis-Rochefort, who was with us last year too, but by video. Michael is a sociologist, associate professor in American Studies, and co-director of the master's degree in gender studies at Bordeaux-Montaigne University. So one of the very few gender departments that France has, contrary to a lot of stuff we hear about all of our universities being overrun by gender studies and post-colonialism, et cetera. Well, if you count the number, Michael's one of them.
Breaking the Republic in two.
And breaking the Republic too, and there aren't that many others. I mean, I think we can count them on one hand, if I'm not mistaken, the number of gender departments. He's also a junior member of the Institut Universitaire de France. And what does Michael do? Michael studies how people use institutions to create social change and produce meaning. Mobilizing international comparison, his research focuses on follows two axes. The first is the role of experts, in quotation marks, involved in controversial political debates. And the second axis is the influence of legal contexts on the treatment of sexuality and the family. So this is a leitmotif that we're going to be coming across from Phil's talk all the way to the end of the day. His current project compares experts in debates on climate change and abortion. And his first book, entitled By the Power Vested in Me, Experts Debate Same-Sex Marriage, is forthcoming from Columbia University Press. Congratulations.
Thank you very much for that very nice introduction, for the invitation, for all the organizing, because I know how hard it is to organize a conference in hybrid these days. And for
Not with
us.
Yvonne-Marie.
Okay.
I outsource her to anybody.
No, thank you, Jennifer, but thank you to the University of Chicago for hosting us. So I'm going to be presenting to you, what I really enjoy about this conference is that it gives me the opportunity to think about things that are on my mind, but aren't necessarily the things that I research on my daily basis, although they impact, the things that I study too. So my title is the talk is CRT and Queer Theory and Woke Oh My, sort of homage to The Wizard of Oz, Moral Panics and Right-Wing Politics in 2021. And it's really just sort of I'm trying to understand what it is that's happening in the United States right now when it comes to these debates. Unlike Phil, I'm not going to talk to you about legal theory because despite what the name might suggest, critical race theory has nothing to do with critical race theory as in the legal doctrine or legal doctrine is like a way of analyzing the law that emerged in legal studies in the late 1970s and then gained strength in the 80s and then 90s. So, where ideas like intersectionality emerged and things like that. And in fact, CRT really has, as you probably know, the debate anyway, nothing to do with that per se, although it does tie back to it in some ways. So we're going to explore some of that and to try to understand what's happening. We're going to talk also about moral panics. What are they? And is this a moral panic or is it something else? And I regret to inform you that I don't have the answer to that question, but we'll try to think about that together. down arrow, I think. Is that the deal? Yes. Okay. So critical race theory, these three scary words. And indeed, that's the whole point. They are three scary words, and we'll talk about exactly what that means. But so where did this, what are we actually talking about here for those of you who are not on Twitter or obsessively following the news as I do? So this attack, politically oriented attack against this idea of critical race theory, we can trace it back probably most strikingly to the Trump administration and an executive order put in place by Trump right before the election, like we're really in the height of the election season. Executive Order 1395. Or 950, I can count. And there's going to be a lot of reading here, just because I think it's important for you to see the words that are actually in some of these statutes and orders. So this is the wording, part of the wording, an excerpt of the wording. Thanks to the courage and sacrifice of our forebears, America has made significant progress toward realization of our national creed, particularly in the 57 years since Dr. King shared his dream with the country. Today, however, many people are pushing a different vision of America that is grounded in hierarchies based on collective, social, and political identities, rather than the inherent and equal dignity of every person as an individual. This ideology is rooted in the pernicious and false belief that America is an irredeemably racist and sexist country, that some people, simply on account of their race or sex, are oppressors, and that racial and sexual identities are more important than our common status as human beings and Americans. Therefore, it shall be the policy of the United States not to promote race or sex stereotyping or scapegoating in the federal workforce or in the uniformed services, and not to allow grants or grant funds to be used for these purposes. In addition, federal contractors will not be permitted to inculcate such views in their employees. So it begins with this great story about how the United States is this place grounded in equality, and that there are these people who are actually racist, who are trying to impose racial and sexual identities. I think it's important for us to keep in mind that race and sex are always thought simultaneously. So, which is why the title of the talk includes things like queer theory, et cetera. It's not just about race here. But then that it ends with these sweeping prohibitions on really what ends up being sensitivity training. But the wording here is quite broad and really is intended to prohibit any kind of speech, if you think about it, regarding race or sex. And also, just to go a little bit further to make how clearly this is, there are definitions in the executive order of divisive concepts, which are very scary, race or sex stereotyping, and then my favorite, race or sex scapegoating, which means assigning fault, according to the executive order, blame or bias to a race or sex, or to members of a race or sex because of their race or sex. Basically claiming that there's any kind of structural racism or sexism in the United States is now verboten, and any contractors that work with the federal government under this executive order are prohibited from discussing those issues with their employees. Now, unsurprisingly, when Biden was elected, he was proud to claim that he had overturned this atrocious executive order, and we could assume that the story would end there, but my friends, you would be wrong, because this really lit a spark, in fact, and so it became quite an issue during the campaign and beyond. And so since Biden has been in office, there have been a number of states, 36 plus and growing, that have enacted state level policies, sometimes orders issued by governors, but also voted by legislatures that are targeting similar things. Now, in particular, targeting schools, what schools can teach, and how school districts can develop their curricula. And so here we're not just in a fleeting moment. This is something that has transformed into a series of reforms that are likely to be around for a while. And I think it's important for us to think about what exactly these states are doing. I pulled out a couple of examples. Texas, House Bill 3979, prohibiting teachers from including controversial topics. Again, same language, controversial. What the hell is a controversial topic? Well, For any of those who've taught people before, you know that almost anything could be controversial. Now, controversial topics from the United States past, like racism and the subjugation of people of color, and it waives the requirement for teachers to undergo any training pertaining to dealing with racism and sex stereotyping in the classroom. So not only are teachers not allowed to talk about these topics, now note here in the past, because of course the bill is assuming that the United States has moved on from both racism and sexism, which is interesting, right? You would think that they would have also said that in the current moment or in the future. And also any efforts to potentially address the issues of educational inequality, which we know is an empirical reality. Another example is Virginia, an executive order by Governor Youngkin, who was, and I think this is important to emphasize, in part elected as a result of his mobilizing the idea that he would, unlike his Democratic rival, who was the governor at the time, work to ensure that schools are not overrun with critical race theory. Okay, and so his executive order bans, again, divisive concepts, including critical race theory named explicitly, and there are bills in progress now in the Virginia legislature to allow parents to opt children out of divisive curricula. Now, these opt-outs have existed before for things like sex education in certain school districts, but here we're talking about things like civics classes or American history classes, or things that you would have maybe considered to be ordinary before. Another example is New Hampshire. There was a bill, the 2020 state budget bill, that was signed by the governor of New Hampshire, which prohibits the teaching of so-called, again, divisive concepts related to race and gender by public schools, state agencies, and contractors. So here it's not just schools, but it also has to do with anyone who works for or with the state. There is a bill in process in New Hampshire right now under it's in the committee currently. No teacher shall advocate any doctrine or theory promoting a negative account or representation of the founding and the history of the United States of America. So basically, how would you teach the Trail of Tears in the United States in this class? That would be virtually impossible because that's a tragic event in American history and is likely to make you feel bad. So divisive, okay? Now, what if some of these things have to do in common here? I'm drawing on a report from PEN, which is an organization dedicated to tracking free speech issues in the United States. These bills all have in common sloppy drafting. Now, sloppy, it maybe not be the right word because that would suggest that like the legislators were in a rush, which I'm sure they were, and that the language reflects the rushedness of the process, and had they thought more about it, they would have been more careful in their language. But in fact, it is more, I believe, more strategic in the sense that these terms are defined purposefully broad. How do you ban a concept? Like concepts are, what does that even mean? And so the language of the laws are quite vague. These laws tend to target teachers' speech in the classroom, and they also require that teachers be directly punished if they are found having violated these things. Firing, censure, loss of tenure. In addition, many of these laws, not unlike the law in Texas regarding abortion, deputize citizens to sue individual teachers or school districts if they believe that the teachers of their children are violating these laws. So it creates quite a scary climate if you're a teacher teaching anything, basically. And even math can be controversial because there are sex and racial effects of racial and sex inequality, but you couldn't talk about those in the classroom. Now, another thing that I want to draw your attention to, because this has recently emerged, another kind of phenomenon happening, so-called don't say gay bills. The one that's particularly important here is emerging in Florida, but if it is anything like these anti-critical race theory bills, I suspect we will probably see them in other places too. Here, this bill has been, Biden has come out saying he's against it. Of course, Pete Buttigieg, who's gay and who's also the Secretary of Transport, has come out saying that this would be terrible. What is this bill? The Don't Say Gay bill is HB 1557. Again, I'll have to read it to you, but this is quoting from the bill, an act relating to parental rights in education requiring such procedures to reinforce the fundamental right of parents to make decisions regarding the upbringing and control of their children in a specified manner. A school district may not encourage classroom discussion about sexual orientation or gender identity in primary grade levels at all, or in a manner that is not age appropriate or developmentally appropriate for students. So far you're like, okay. A parent of a student may bring an action against a school district to obtain a declaratory judgment that a school district procedure or practice violates this paragraph. So again, deputizing parents to attack school districts. Now, but the wording here is really quite vague. And again, like the CRT bills, has a stifling effect. First of all, we have an emphasis on really potentially consensual things, unless you can get the subtext. Parental rights, like, yeah, sure, in theory, who doesn't want, to have some kind of control over what their kids learn? At the same time, what's actually happening here is the idea that parents should have a direct implication in determining what's taught or not, and that we can talk a little bit about later about what that means and how that's weaponized, in fact, to support actions to undermine public education in general in the United States. But may not encourage classroom discussion could mean literally anything. So I'm gay, so if I told my students that, my husband and I went on vacation, that is a classroom discussion of sexuality. And so what are the, what could potentially happen here? Some folks have said that what this does is that it directly targets LGBTQ teachers, but also LGBTQ students and also children who have LGBTQ parents. And in essence, the vagueness of the law will make it impossible to talk about sexuality. And also the idea that age appropriate, well, what does that mean? Or developmentally appropriate? The law never defines what those concepts are. And I suspect we'll see states also replicating these processes. So is this a moral panic? What's happening here? What is a moral panic? First of all, moral panics are defined in a variety of ways by sociologists, and we don't need to get into the weeds with the sociological theory, but I'll just give you kind of a working definition here. Moral panics are an extreme form of more general processes by which social problems are constructed in public arenas. Moral panics are recurrent features of modern society which have identifiable consequences for the law and state institutions. And furthermore, the sociological function of moral panics is to reaffirm the core values of society. So yes, there are always behaviors that become considered potentially normal or are habitual that we come to consider to be as problems, necessitating some kind of solution, like a legal action, for example, or an intervention of some type. But in the case of moral panics, there are certain aspects that make these responses out of the ordinary, extreme in certain ways. And we're going to explain what all of those are in a minute. But crucially, that in some way they all reaffirm certain core values. And we'll see whether or not CRT and Don't Say Gay are part of that. Something, if you haven't heard of the idea of moral panics, those of you who are familiar with the United States in the 1980s may have known about the satanic panic, the idea that, for example, kindergartens were being run by blood-sucking Satan worshipers, right? Or the idea that like 1.5 million children were disappearing every year and that there was this crisis of kidnappings, which really was in the media and was really influencing a lot of public discourse in the 80s. So that's sort of a typical example of a moral panic. Okay, so one of the things that has to happen for a moral panic is that the problem has to be named. There's a behavior, something has to be named as a problem that deserves our attention. And in the case of critical race theory, what's the quote problem that's being problematized here is curricula that are being determined to be bad for the country in some way, and in particular by conservative activists. And the example here is Christopher Rufo, who is credited with having invented the term critical race theory. Again, not the actual legal theory that only readers of legal journals would be familiar with. Instead, he said, we needed new language for these issues. Political correctness is a dated term and, more importantly, doesn't apply anymore. It's not that elites are enforcing a set of manners and cultural limits. They're seeking to re-engineer the foundation of human psychology and social institutions through the new politics of race. It's much more invasive than mere correctness, which is a mechanism of social control, but not the heart of what's happening. The other frames are wrong too. Cancel culture is a vacuous term and doesn't translate into a political program. Woke is a good epithet, but it's too broad, too terminal, too easily brushed aside. Critical race theory is the perfect villain. Its connotations are all negative to most middle-class Americans, including racial minorities, who see the world as creative rather than critical, individual rather than racial, practical rather than theoretical. Strung together, the phrase critical race theory connotes hostile, academic, divisive, race-obsessed, poisonous, elitist, anti-American. And I think he was quite right. And these words together are very effective. So we have, in this sense, we have a moral panic that the naming works really well. The framing is very, very strong. In addition, it's framed in a way that's virtually impossible to argue against, which makes it really challenging for counter discourses to emerge. Children must be protected. That's a classic hallmark of moral panics. The children here are at risk. Well, everybody wants to protect kids. Very few people are out to try to attack kids. Parents have rights, and parents know what's best for their children. Most people tend to agree on that. Good quality education is fundamental, definitely, and that education should be appropriate. All of these things are consensual, and so the framing of critical race theory has the perfect villain and the perfect victims, and uses a framework that we can all get behind, which makes, again, it really difficult to fight against. Another thing that's important for moral panics is that there needs to be some contribution of the media here, and in particular, through a form of exaggeration and distortion. Now, it turns out that not all media are contributing in the same way to this moral panic or to this phenomenon, which could potentially be called a moral panic. Obviously, Fox News is a major driver of this, and they are absolutely contributing in terms of exaggeration and distortion because they are making this out to be like a mortal threat to the country. We could go into more details about the role of social media, all of the groups that I looked into, for example, on Facebook, Parents Against Critical Race Theory with thousands of members talking about the risks to their school districts. Another phenomenon that's related to these, to moral panics is looking for moral entrepreneurs. Who is involved in disseminating this discourse? And there are different kinds of entrepreneurs you can look at on different levels, on the grassroots level, on the organizational level, and then more elite actors. And I think here we're probably dealing with a phenomenon that's more guided by elite actors and meso-level organizers rather than by grassroots organizations. It's not that grassroots groups were calling for reform and this led to elite organizations taking place. We see more like folks like Rufo working with the Heritage Foundation, working with the Manhattan Institute, collaborating to generate a discourse that they then were able to use. And you know, Rufo was invited extensively on Fox News to sort of get this message out. Then there's the proportion, another hallmark of moral panics is whether or not the responses are proportionate to the problem, right? So if there's a problem of kids getting kidnapped, like what is the response? Yes, do kids get kidnapped? Sure they do, but then the legal reaction could be a form of overreaction. Here I think it's complex because is there actually a problem in the first place? Is there a kernel of truth? Thank you very much. I don't know if there, I would argue that there's not a problem in the first place, but that those who oppose the teaching of certain kinds of social justice ideologies in schools do see it as a problem. And then in that sense, obviously, the response is definitely is disproportionate. Book banning, clamping down on free speech, rewriting curricula, being proud of having been the governor to pass a bill in your state that's against critical race theory. Another thing has to do with the level of public concern. Is the public actually concerned about this, and is their concern overblown? Since I'm running short on time, I'm not going to read all of these things, but you should just keep in mind that actually a majority of Americans are kind of wary about the idea of teaching critical race theory in schools, if you ask them that. Because people don't know what critical race theory is. So when you ask them in surveys, are you worried about critical race theory? They're like, gosh, yeah, that sounds scary. If you ask them if they are interested in teaching the history of racism and sexism in the United States, they're much more open to that, statistically speaking, but there are huge divides along, unsurprisingly, political lines. Republicans and Democrats seeing these things in different ways. Same thing for sex education and whether or not LGBTQ identity and experience should be addressed in the classroom. Is there hostility, and who are, and this is important for morality politics, who are the folk devils? Are they these like blood-sucking Satan worshipers? Here, I think there's absolutely a signing out of folk devils, but a wide range of people, particularly teachers, but then public schools, LGBTQ people in general, people of color, and also progressives. To the point where, for example, you have organizations like the Protect Ohio Children Coalition that has a map function where you can find districts in your state, in this case, Ohio, where you have critical race theory being taught in the classroom. And you can see how close you are to a district where these people are doing this stuff, which really amplifies this sense of hostility. Then what's the goal of the discourse? That's an important part of this. There are lots of discussions about what the goals are. One argument here is made by the writer Sam Adler-Bell, this argument I think is really compelling, that actually the goal of this is to create a form of racial blamelessness and a politics of forgetting. That is, let us make it impossible in the classroom to discuss problematic aspects of the American past. Interestingly, and we saw this with the Trump executive order, it's also to reframe social justice efforts as the cause of racism in contemporary America. And then, of course, to talk about American exceptionalism and any critiques of American history as a form of treason, warranting banning of books and firing, and of course the erasure of marginalized groups like LGBTQ people. Finally, this is, I think, important. Morality politics, or rather moral panics, are meant to end quickly. They're supposed to be volatile. They're supposed to be a flash in the pan, and then we're done. I am not sure that we are, perhaps the fear of critical race theory will wane, but in the meantime, this will have long-term serious effects on American politics, I believe, in terms of pedagogy, in terms of mobilizing the Republican base for these midterm elections, but also the next time around, and it distracts from other serious issues, like, for example, the dismantling of public education in the United States. So I'll conclude here, since I'm out of time. Could this be something other than a moral panic? I think that it could. I don't think this necessarily meets all of the definitions of moral panic. For example, the volatility issue, and whether or not this is actually responding to a real problem, or if this is a created, like a generated out of nothing. This could be an example of what Steve Bannon was claimed to have said is flooding the zone with shit. That it is a form of distraction to try to generate all kinds of chaos. And in that way, it's also effective because counterclaims are really hard. One option is to say, okay, but this is not about critical race theory. Critical race theory is actually, and have you ever heard of the Chicago School? And then, as progressives are wont to do, to try to let me give you the facts and share this information. People don't give a shit about that, but they're sidelined into trying to say that you don't understand what CRT is, and they lose it. Or you have other counterclaims that are like, well, I mean, it's true that there's some extreme things in schools that we need to deal with. And so, they're trying to both sides it, and that just continues to feed the panic. What it does do is it destabilizes trust in public institutions. Parents are more increasingly losing hope that public schools can do anything for their kids, and that if they are doing things, they're doing things incorrectly. And what that does is it provides perfect fodder for the privatization of education in the United States. It's perfect for Betsy DeVos and her ilk, whose goal is to privatize education. And by giving parents the language of parental choice, it goes right into that. And it continues long-term goals of the conservative agenda, undermine social justice efforts and prevent discussion of them, dismantle the state in the long term, obviously, increase privatization, and use the lever of powers to push their own ideologies so that their own mythologies about America gain traction. And it creates serious hurdles for centrist Democrats like Biden, who, even though they claim to be against it, find themselves tangled in these counter discourses where they don't want to come out and just say this is all fake. They want to sort of say, well, I understand your concerns, and then they're sidetracked. Right. So we'll keep our eyes on this going forward.
That's for sure.
And thank you very much.
All right, so our next presentation will be done by a duo of researchers. So first, Jennifer Merchant, who obtained her PhD in political science from Sciences Po Paris and has taught at the Université de Paris 2 since 1997. Her research privileges a pluridisciplinary approach at the crossroads of political science, law, gender studies, and bioethics in Anglo-American and European countries. She's currently working on two projects, one analyzing from a comparative perspective, France, European Union, United States, policies relative to gender and healthcare and research. And two, comparative public policy analysis of the framing of human genome editing, HGE, and their impact on the future of human reproduction. Our second speaker will be Yvonne-Marie Rogez, who is an assistant professor at Paris-Panthéon-Assas University. She teaches UK and US legal English institutions and US constitutional law. She specializes in American studies, and her research focuses on the representations of margins and marginalization and how public institutions deal with those on the margins. Her recent publications deal with the constitutional rights of the homeless in contemporary North America and women's reproductive rights in the Trump era. And the title of the presentation is Tethered or Not Tethered: Viability, Parental Autonomy, and Reproductive Rights.
Thanks, Hamed. So this presentation is the fruit of a collaborative effort that Yvonne-Marie and I began working on about 3 months ago. So it is a work in progress. We have sent the draft of an article for publication and are crossing our fingers and split hairs that it will be published. So the first part, I'm going to be discussing to you the unraveling of the right to privacy in the United States, focusing essentially on contraception and abortion. But the purpose of this first part is to underline that the subject then that Yvonne-Marie is going to discuss is not something that is born out of nothing, that the risks and the speculative hypotheses that we put forth in our article, which you will see involves not only abortion, but other areas of the right to privacy, such as access to same-sex marriage, access to assisted reproductive technologies, would be affected by the unraveling of Roe versus Wade and or Planned Parenthood, or whatever's going to happen in June with Dobbs is going to have ramifications not only on abortion, but on other areas. So this is a quote from a conference that Justice Ginsburg gave when she was in, it isn't from a conference, it's from the Q&A afterwards, which I attended at Sciences Po. And I asked the final question of the day, Justice Ginsburg, what will happen if and when Roe versus Wade is overturned? And her answer was quite straightforward. Well, poor women will no longer be able to obtain an abortion, will turn to self-induced procedures, die, and or give birth to unwanted children. So that cast kind of a sort of a dim conclusion to what was otherwise just an incredible moment to be a witness to. So I'm just going to very quickly discuss first how the right to privacy was constructed in these 4 cases. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on Kerry nor Eisenstadt, but for those of you who aren't jurists, just to give you a background of how this right to privacy was constructed from 1965 to 1973. In the juridical arguments of the majority, the idea that a right to privacy existed is not present at all in the Constitution, so originalists can't go looking for it there. But the interpretive judges of the Supreme Court from 65 to 73 thought that it lay within an interpretation of the penumbra of rights, and this is the word they used, extracted and or interpreted from several amendments to the Bill of Rights. So the first, the fourth, and especially the 14th Amendment. Now, there are very strong juridical arguments for the other amendments being used, but I won't get into that. And indeed, the second reliance of the construction of this right to privacy lay on strongly using the tool of due process clause of the 14th Amendment, and not the equal protection clause, which is an argument that Justice Ginsburg at the time wanted to be used. She wasn't on the Supreme Court then in 1965 in Griswold, nor was she on the Supreme Court for Roe versus Wade, but she wrote a series of articles saying that the due process clause was going to be dangerous avenue to go down, and that instead of using that clause as the main architectural tool of the right of constructing the right to privacy, one should have looked at equal protection clause. And her argument was that since men don't get pregnant, since men usually shirk the responsibility of a woman becoming pregnant, that should be the argument used in affording women a right to abortion, affording couples a right to contraception, because that inequality between women and men was a disservice to women, and she argued that this would have had a longer lasting effect in preserving the right to contraception and abortion. And the third aspect, especially of Roe versus Wade, is that the decision relied quite heavily on the medicalization of its contours. For those of you who are familiar with the decision, there was a trimester system that was created, and then there was a balancing of rights that was put into place between the right of the fetus to a potential personhood, and therefore the state's interest in curtailing abortion, and the right to a woman to put an end to an unwanted pregnancy. And this medicalization has become the Achilles heel of the decision in Roe versus Wade, and we'll see this later on in Yvonne-Marie's part. The dissents in Roe versus Wade were put forward by Justice William Rehnquist and Brian Wright, and the three arguments they put forth to say that this was just horrible was, number one, the accusation of judicial activism. In other words, the courts were making up a right that didn't exist in the Constitution, and that was exactly what the courts shouldn't do. This is something that Phil was referring to, but in another venue this morning, they also argued that this sort of taking bits and pieces from different amendments and creating this sort of cocktail was just totally antithetical to the work that the US Supreme Court should do. And last but not least, and their strongest argument, in my opinion, is that this question of abortion or access to contraception previously should be a matter of the states to decide, and certainly not the US Supreme Court, and certainly not the federal government, because public health and virtue of the 9th and 10th Amendments have purview over these types of policymaking. And this is the strongest argument being used today on the part of people who are against abortion, and was also brought up in the oral hearings around Dobbs. So as you can imagine, once Roe versus Wade was decided, the pro-life movement, which already had begun to become which already was very active, but really it took off at that moment in time. And the pro-life movement had to start thinking about how they were going to either overturn Roe eventually, and that wasn't going to be an option for a long time, or how they were going to limit the access to abortion. And one of the first lobbying successes that they had was in the passage of the Hyde Amendment 8 years later, 7 or 8 years later. And for those of you who know this, the Hyde Amendment restricts any federal funding for financing abortions in federally run clinics. This meant that states could decide if they wanted to, in not only in federally run clinics, but also in the Medicaid program, which is health insurance for the poor people. And this gave states the opportunity to maybe finance abortions if they wanted to, but they didn't have to. So this money issue is from the start one of the big dismantlers of the right to privacy, because as you know, in France, women have access to an abortion, couples have access to ART, and it's state funded. So this is a very distinct aspect of the American situation that we must keep in mind all the time. Also then, on the impetus of state legislatures and pro-life lobbies, and this is very well traced in the wonderful book by William Saleton, How the Conservatives Won the Abortion War, Bearing Right, they decided at this point, when they realized that it was not going to be that easy to get Roe overturned because you had to completely change the philosophical status of the court, they decided to adopt what they called an incremental strategy, and decided then state by state locally to lobby and to pass legislation that would not be in contradiction with the principles of Roe versus Wade, but would be somehow make it much more difficult for women to have access to abortion. So we began to see a whole series of state laws limiting access. And then came one of the most important decisions by the Supreme Court that is going to confirm this incremental strategy, and that is Webster versus Reproductive Services in 1989, which was part of the whole devolution, the Reagan devolution revolution, which gave back to the states to a large extent the right to decide who had access to abortion. What was the criteria? Not only who had access, but what was the criteria that would be acceptable for an abortion to take place. And this is where we started getting all the trap laws that Yvonne-Marie is going to talk to you about. And during this period, between 1980 and 1989, the pro-choice movement at the time was sitting on their laurel wreaths, thinking that everything was okay, handy-dandy. And when Webster came around, they realized, oh my God, we've got to mobilize again and get back into the swing of things. And by that time, it started to become too late. They started spending all their time reacting against all of these state laws, spending their money and their resources and their time lobbying against these state laws. And by then it was really, really far too late for the whole principle of Roe versus Wade to remain intact. Then came Planned Parenthood versus Casey in 1992, and this was also a huge shift and a huge element that's going to contribute to the dismantling of the right to privacy. Phil spoke about it this morning, but what is important is to understand that when the US Supreme Court makes a decision, it decides what kind of test it's going to use to evaluate the constitutionality or not of a law. So up until 1992, the test of strict scrutiny, in other words, the law really had to be extremely, extremely uncontroversial and to be accepted as constitution, to be accepted as not being struck down. And with Planned Parenthood versus Casey, they've moved from the strict scrutiny test to the undue burden. In other words, that means that the law had to only pose an undue burden for a woman to access her constitutional right of abortion. So this was a big shift from really looking closely at the law and how it impacted women's access to abortion to, well, she still can go even if she has to drive 10 hours or even if she does have to pay or even whatever. So I won't even begin to tell you all of the clauses that were accepted and all of the laws that came under the opening up of Planned Parenthood versus Casey, because it would be too long. Well, here I laid out. Here I lay out what happened from then on. I'm not even going to begin to read it to you, but it's just a catalog of nightmare for American women, all the different laws that have been passed, that exist, and that are constantly being challenged by the pro-choice movement. And it's just a total battleground. I think probably the worst law prior to the one that Yvonne-Marie is going to talk about is the echography, the sonograms, the ultrasounds that many states have passed that women have to have before they get their abortion, and they have to look at the ultrasound. And if they don't want to look at it, they have to sign a document saying they didn't look at it. And in Texas, that ultrasound, which is on the stomach, is actually a vaginal ultrasound. In other words, I don't know if any of you saw the Romanian movie, Trois jours, quatre nuits, ou je sais pas quoi, qui a eu le prix de Cannes, where two young women, in order to get an abortion, they accept to be raped by the guy, the quack, who's going to give them the abortion afterwards. Well, I personally find quite a lot of similitude between the Texas intravaginal sonogram law and this horrific fictional, but all the same true account, according to the Romanian, not Hungarian, Romanian director. So of course, what is the result of this? As you can imagine, the number of unwanted births is on the rise. You might know that maternal mortality and child mortality in the US is the highest in all of industrialized countries. Not to mention the high numbers of clandestine abortions and how this leads to infertility, to accidents, and of course to the birth of unwanted children. Okay, so this is my last slide. So now we are faced with the decision that's going to be coming up in June, Dobbs, that Phil mentioned and that Yvonne-Marie is going to discuss further. There has been an ongoing study by the Center for Reproductive Rights, which used to be the Center for Reproductive Law and Policy, run by Lynn Paltrow, who I had the immense honor to interview during my research for my dissertation, and she's still going strong. Now she has a pregnancy women rights think tank running. And their report, What If Roe Fell? I didn't put the link to it, I'm sorry, but you type in What If Roe Fell and you'll come across it. Every year they come up with an interactive map of what's going to happen if Roe versus Wade or Planned Parenthood Roe versus Wade is overturned. And so as you can see here, everything that is in red, so most of the southern states and up in the north, mid-north, and a little bit to the west, but even going up into the northeast, those states that are in red, they already have trigger laws on their books, which means they already have drafted the law that will ban abortion in their states once Roe versus Wade is overruled. In other words, they've already got everything in place. The orange states are states that have nothing planned, but they already have very strict limitation and criteria for women to have access to abortion. The yellow states are the only states that have protection in place in case Roe is overrun. In other words, they have laws that will not be taken off the books, in other words. And the very few, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 states have just declared that if Roe versus Wade is overruled, they will expand access to abortion. So what do we see here? We see a map of like things were before 1973. This is basically the way abortion access was from the end of the 19th century all the way up until 1973. And so what does this mean? This means that all of these women, these millions of women in between the two coasts, if they want to get an abortion, they're going to have to travel, which means they're going to have money, which means that they're going to have to take time off from work, which means that they won't do it, mostly because, as Justice Ginsburg said in 2009, these are the women that are going to be impacted. So that was just a brief sort of presentation of how this all became unraveled. It's much more complex than that, but it is definitely a strategic plan that worked. It really worked. And we're seeing it now with the onslaught of anti-abortion laws across the United States, all with the objective, as Phil said earlier, to get to the Supreme Court and have Roe v. Wade be overturned. I turn the floor.
Thank you, Jennifer. Okay, so I'll keep on going with a focus on oral argument in Dobbs and dissents in other decisions. So the two recent cases which reached the US Supreme Court recently, United States versus Texas and Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization, are both direct prohibitions focusing on the number of weeks of pregnancy after which abortion should be fully banned. Either, and this is something that Phil just said, either in previous judgments, in dissenting opinions, or via the media, all current conservative Supreme Court justices have expressed views carried by the state of Mississippi during oral argument in Dobbs. In Dobbs, the most central issue is whether the right to privacy, which gave rise to abortion rights, is tethered into the US Constitution, and whether stare decisis still justifies not overturning Roe and Casey. So I'll have a look at 5 points in decisions, dissents, and oral arguments that illustrate how the court might rule. And first, we'll have a look at the rule of precedent and super stare decisis. Chief Justice Roberts based his opinion in June Medical Services on the court's obligation to abide by stare decisis. He brings it up again in December at oral argument in Dobbs, noting that Roe may qualify as a super precedent or super stare decisis. Kavanaugh notes that stare decisis is not sufficient to justify not overturning Roe, as most of the court's most important decisions also overruled precedents. A notable difference, however, this time is the fact that those decisions promoted individual liberty, bodily integrity, equality, and autonomy, while overturning Roe would correspond to the exact opposite. Mississippi Solicitor General Scott Stewart notes that Casey was already a form of move away from stare decisis, suggesting that the court may do the exact same thing now. However, Justice Sotomayor aptly points out the fact that their own power, judicial review, does not appear in the Constitution and is the result of interpretation and reasoning from the structure of the Constitution. So the debate on the value of Roe and Casey as precedents is strongly reminiscent of the opinions in a 2018 decision, Janus versus American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, it's a 5-4, where a 40-year-old precedent was overturned on very similar bases as those presented by the state in Dobbs. Alito in Janus argued that the precedent was poorly reasoned, it lacked workability, and reliance on it was not sufficiently persuasive. And Justice Kagan, dissenting, obviously noted that Abood, it's the 1977 precedent, was embedded in the law, that the constitutional line used had been workable, causing little problems in the courts. And this obviously does not bode well for Roe and Casey, even though Abood did not have the status of super precedent. I'll now turn to viability and the neutrality of the court. Viability is the focus of the arguments brought to the court by the state of Mississippi, and it may be the line that the court ultimately rejects. Mississippi notes that what viability means, is no longer clear, nor are the reasons why it should be the applied standard. Viability, established in Roe, Jennifer just said it, appears today weaker and opening the way to easier overruling. Justice Alito appears in favor of overturning Roe and Casey altogether, as he mentions the arbitrariness of the viability line, stating that it is dependent on medical technology and it does not refer to any principle, as a woman does not stop wanting an abortion after viability. Justice Thomas seems open to the establishment of another standard. The state mentions a clarified version of undue burden and rational basis review, suggesting the possibility of overruling Roe while upholding Casey. Yet, how is Casey possible without Roe? Were it to apply, this solution would leave a lot of work for the court. It would lead to uncertainty and confusion in decision-making, as it is a very hard standard to apply. It would also leave Roe in the same situation in which the Supreme Court left the ACA, dismantled piecemeal. So by suggesting an unworkable new standard, Mississippi aims to force the court wishes for the court to overrule the two decisions in one go. The Mississippi law is based on religious grounds. However, here, the true motivation for the implementation of the law is hidden. Is the ultimate goal more ideological than juridical then? It was certainly not hidden when the ACA was found to be incompatible with the RFA in Hobby Lobby. Dobbs is therefore another manifestation of this current trend identified as the secularization of faith. And this describes how courts allow religious faith to take precedence over other rights. It is difficult not to conclude that these are diversion tactics, and Phil called them earlier jurisprudential Easter eggs. I'm describing exactly the same thing. It's a clear attempt to move away from the viability line as the only clearly workable line. And Gorsuch used such Justice Gorsuch used such tactics in his dissent in Pavin versus Smith and in his dissenting opinion in June Medical Services. In that one, he chose to focus on the doctors and the patients who would benefit from or are not affected by the implementation of the Louisiana regulation, instead of those who would suffer from it. And Alito calls this, in his own dissent, he called it changed circumstances. And paradoxically, Alito used the same phrase, changed circumstances, in his dissenting opinion in Whole Woman's Health versus Hellerstedt in 2016, this time arguing against the majority's use of the phrase. So the effect of the use of such expressions, case after case, is that they seem to be tailored to the chosen argument rather than a strict application of constitutional principles. I'll now move to the right to privacy and substantive due process as mystifying legal fiction. Using the right to privacy and substantive due process, and Jennifer mentioned these decisions in the first part, Griswold, Loving, and Eisenstadt established the right to marry and the right to access contraception. Establishing that the right to privacy is not tethered to anything in the Constitution would also question the validity of all other rights that define liberty and decisional autonomy. So overturning Roe would be like pulling on a thread and unraveling a long list of precedents that are based on Griswold. Dobbs presents the beginning of a potential worst case scenario domino effect, leading all the way back to Griswold, knocking down all the other rights based on substantive due process along the way. I'll now move to liberty and decisional autonomy versus forced motherhood, which is the expression used by Justice Barrett in Dobbs in the oral argument. So Rickelman, at oral argument in Dobbs, states the case for abortion providers. And she says, you have the quote here, allowing states to take control of a woman's body and force her to undergo the physical demands risks, and life-altering consequences of pregnancy is a fundamental deprivation of her liberty. And Justice Kagan agrees. Responding to these issues, then, Justice Barrett promotes safe haven laws as the holy grail that will solve all problems, ignoring all other demands on women's lives and bodies. I'll finally turn to fetal personhood. At oral argument, still in Dobbs, Mr. Stewart opens with very categorical statements, and he announces, you have the quote here, "Nowhere else does this court recognize a right to end a human life." And he clearly reflects a long-standing objective of pro-life activists in favor of fetal rights and or fetal personhood. In the same vein, Thomas's first question deals with the criminalization of women before viability for harm done to the fetus, which is another argument raised by fetal rights activists. And Justice Alito mentions personhood, and he talks about the fetus having an interest in having a life, as if the fetus were independent from the body of the woman carrying it. So to conclude for this part, first, what happens at oral argument does not always dictate or even unfailingly indicate how the court will rule. If Roe is curtailed in the final ruling in Dobbs, it would be the result of a behind-the-scenes compromise, possibly pushed by Chief Justice Roberts, which would rely on the creation of a new standard based on a rational basis approach, ruling out viability and somehow adapting the undue burden standard. The court could also go back to Roe's compelling point in the interest of the health of the mother, which is set at approximately at the end of the first trimester, and then let the states decide on how to regulate after this point. This would allow the Mississippi law to apply. It would allow all other states to ban abortions up to 12 or 15 weeks, while seemingly preserving the legitimacy of the court. And in fact, Arizona, Florida, and West Virginia are currently considering such bans ahead of the decision in June. However, if Roe were to be overturned and the power to regulate entirely returned to the states, because potential new laws would no longer be passed with the ultimate goal of reaching the US Supreme Court and overturning Roe, reality could bite, and state legislatures would have to take into account women in difficult situations and, for example, consider exceptions in cases of rape and incest. Many states would tighten the demands on men who are the fathers of the children, and actually both pro-life and pro-choice groups agree on this assumption. And last but not least, states could be tempted to reverse access to same-sex marriage statutes, tightly regulate access to reproductive technologies, and or limit filiation rights. So as a general conclusion, the current threat to abortion rights in the USA at both state and federal levels is unprecedented. It's the result of an evolution, what looks like a climax in the harmonization of political, religious, and social movements, all focused on the prohibition of abortion. Congress is currently in the process of bypassing the court system to impose clearer legislation at federal level, and this is the Women's Health Protection Act that we have spoken about already. The act was passed in the House of Representatives in September 2021, but it has yet to be voted on by the Senate. Could this legislation survive the US Supreme Court? The neutrality of the court in abortion matters, which is argued by conservatives, would then work against the conservative majority. On what grounds would the constitutionality of the federal law be challenged? Challenges of this federal law could shape up like challenges of the ACA, mostly, arguing, among others, free exercise exemptions. And we can imagine challenges on grounds of severability or lack of jurisdiction, as the law mentions the impact of restrictions on interstate commerce, for example. So Biden's presidency will not discourage pro-life lawmakers and activists. It actually has rather emboldened them, using the belief that the presidential election was stolen as a galvanizing argument. President Trump is no longer in office, but his legacy lies with the judges he appointed, his voters, and the venues that he opened for them. In Casey, the majority wrote that, and you have the quote, "A woman's suffering is too intimate and personal for the state to insist without more upon its own vision of the woman's role, however dominant that vision has been in the course of our history and our culture. The destiny of the woman must be shaped to a large extent on her own conception of her spiritual imperatives and her place in society. And one can actually wonder to what extent this is still a reality in 2022. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I have a question. I'm actually recycling the question that I was going to ask Phil. So as I said, is she connecting? I thought she was connecting.
No.
So I said no.
No, I was reacting to your recycling.
Yes.
thing.
So as I said, I'm of the belief that the Constitution is completely silent on abortion. And yet when I look at the two sides, pro-choice people obviously believe that basically the Fourth Amendment, to simplify things, 14th, sorry, and the Fourth also when it comes to the right of privacy. And on the other hand, you also have now pro-life people who make the argument that the Equal Protection Clause, I think, of the 14th Amendment protects the life of a fetus, which makes me wonder how much drugs you have to be on to believe that this is a sensible constitutional argument. But the question I'm getting to is the amount of pressure that it actually puts on the Supreme Court to have to decide an issue that seems to me, if we look at what happened in other countries, especially European countries, is an eminently legislative issue rather than a judicial one. And so since you mentioned the law that the House passed, my question would be basically what took Congress so long? Why did it never happen before? Because it's not like there never were Congresses where both houses were dominated by the Democratic Party. Why was there never a federal law that legalized abortion?
Can I?
Yeah, you can, of course.
I think you have to look at history. And indeed, you're right. In France, it was La Loi Veil, and that is to a large extent which protects the women's right in France to access to abortion, even though in the preamble of the Loi Veil it is written that life begins at conception, which is interesting. But what is predominant in French law is that afterwards it says, but a woman's right over her own body is primordial. And her distress is, and the word distress has been taken away, but at the time her distress has to be taken more into account than the fact that the fetus might be defined as a person or is a human at conception. In the United States, things had been dragging on for a decade. There had been abortions, 2 states had been providing abortions to women on both coasts, on the California coast and on the East Coast. And the drive to get each state to legalize abortion, which was essentially a movement run by doctors and lawyers, before the feminists came into the story around 1965, between 1965-68, was not working. It was not working, and the need to ingrain this in a federal manner, and that way only being bringing a case to the U.S. Supreme Court, which was Sarah Weddington's initiative when she took on Jane Roe in Texas. Seemed to be at the time the only way to get this sort of figured out once and for all in the federal level, because at the time there was not a Congress that was going to even think a second about passing a national abortion law, really abortion, because there were only 2 states or 2 or then 3 or 4. So if you look at the history of abortion law in the US, you have to recognize that fact when compared to European countries. And therefore, but I agree with you, therefore it became a Supreme Court decision, and a flawed one at that. It is completely flawed today. It is, for me, Roe is obsolete with the medicalization of procreation, with the question of spare embryos, with the issue of filiation issues and new family configurations. Roe just has to be completely, thrown out and revisited, or a law has to come into place. But this hasn't come to be because Roe was the sitting law of the land up until 1989. And that's when things started getting bad. That's when the situation started getting complicated for the principles of Roe. And that's when people maybe started thinking about other venues, or maybe Congress or whatever. And so it is explained by the historical context of the United States.
Can I throw in something as semi-honorary member of the panel.
Yep.
That part of that historical context is also just American politics. Roe and saving the court is a really, really handy way to try to discipline voters for a party that is not meeting their needs in many other ways. But just, you gotta vote because the court's on the ballot. You know, they run on this, they fundraise on this, you know, constantly. So there's that, and there's a certain amount of path dependence with the courts. You know, people whose acculturation in the profession was dominated by the Warren Court and are of a liberal bent really just look at the court, and some of them still do, bless their hearts, as this savior. And it's no, that 50 years was an anomaly. That's a reactionary institution and it has been for the other 170 or so years of its existence. So you have that path dependence, you have a feckless political party, and it is also composed largely of cowards, at least, you know, when we're talking about having a governing majority. And then you've got this stew that just kicks this over to the courts. And this is true across a lot of issues now because Congress is just utterly broken. And like we do spending bills when we can, we throw as much stuff in these as we can. We don't do discrete legislation. So I think that's all a big part of the stew. I really wonder, I mean, the long-term prospects for this strategy of running every 2 to 4 years on Roe, it's obviously, you know, not a great strategy.
No.
Because, what are you going to do? And as I think I was suggesting, Democrats have had supermajorities. They could have ended this. They could have ended this when the Supreme Court wasn't quite as implacably opposed. You know, Casey, which was a disaster, 8 members of that court were appointed by Republican presidents. It's 8-1. A lot of us thought it's going down. This is it. This is the final showdown. But it didn't happen. They opted for the death by 1,000 cuts. You know, with this vague undue burden standard that, as you know, just caused 100, you know, mushrooms to bloom, but experiments in ways to torture pregnant women who want to seek an abortion.
Connie, you had a question?
Well, I just thought of something that I had never thought of before, much as I looked at these cases. When did abortion become a crime?
In the late 19th century, after the American Medical Association, in their fight against charlatans and quacks, according to them, who were selling contraceptives in their little officines, and there was this huge movement across the nation for hygiene and getting things back into the hands of professionals, and you know, sort of like prior to the anti-alcohol movement, shaping up the morals of America, and abortion fell into that basket of reforms, and most states had outlawed abortion by the end of the 19th century.
Really? Because we've hit not decades, centuries, I suppose.
Oh, definitely. Oh, sure. Yeah, there were. The history of abortion, the world history of abortion is fascinating.
Yeah.
Because when you see when it started becoming outlawed in Western countries, it just really corresponds to a lot of similar social movements of moral clampdown, getting women, when women were coming out of the woodwork and wanting to vote. I mean, all of this sort of coalesced together into the desire to clamp down and put women back in their place, and they get to continue to have babies, and there's immigration. There was also massive immigration at the end of the 19th century in the US, and just a whole lot of reasons explain why most states then outlawed abortion at the end of the 19th century.
And that's why I said that the argument that the Constitution somehow prohibits abortion doesn't make any sense.
Nobody says that. No. It doesn't allow it either.
No.
Yeah.
I got a question that maybe a little bit sort of asking you to speculate a little bit, and then also another one that's maybe cynical and connects what we were saying earlier. So there's some speculation that Barrett will, using this argument that the Constitution, the statement that the Constitution has never done anything to like harm or to end human life, which is absolutely ridiculous considering the death penalty.
Sure, I know, that's.
But there's some speculation that there might actually take an anti death penalty stance. So like would be consistent rather than being hypocritical. And so like, yes, life begins at conception and we do protect life. And also we should be, banning the death penalty. I'm actually pretty skeptical that she would actually take that.
That has been surmised, that's been speculated.
Yeah, that has been speculated. Or
Is she Catholic?
She's hyper Catholic.
Yeah, that's why.
Like her
She's just a
father.
very Catholic Pentecostal
Yes.
hybrid.
Okay,
She actually wrote a large article, or I don't know if it's a large. She wrote an article basically saying that a Catholic judge should recuse in all death penalty cases. I don't think she's going to do it either.
Apparently she didn't. In one of the shadow docket cases, she did not recuse herself. So there's, so that's one question. It's just like, what do you think about that? Like, I mean, there's the attack of hypocrisy, right? That like they'll say on the one hand that we're here to save life, and then of course when it comes to the death penalty or healthcare, they don't care. So how do you think about those contradictions? And then the other question is connecting to stare decisis, right? That would be if we believe that the justices on the Supreme Court actually gave a shit about being coherent.
Yeah, they don't anymore.
Which
I don't believe they do.
And so we're like,
It's over.
it's really just grasping at straws. It's really just like looking for pretenses.
Yeah, it's all today's agenda that is the most important, and everything else is being manipulated in order to reach today's decision.
So that's your reading too.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
but I'm not sure.
Even if they adopted the neutrality, and I think
Yeah.
Kavanaugh is big on that because he's very simple-minded, doesn't say anything. He doesn't say anything about it one way or the other.
Yeah, we have to be neutral.
The smart senior justice won't assign him that opinion because that's a really dumb opinion strategically.
The Dobbs?
No neutrality.
Yeah,
That the court needs to be neutral.
Whoever assigns opinion on the Republican side should probably avoid Kavanaugh because that's it doesn't foreclose it. It just makes writing it a little bit more embarrassing next time. It's a little harder to keep up the pretense.
Of course.
Engaged again in a neutral application of legal principles. But they'll just shift the test again. Or they could just leave the tests really vague, which is what undue burden is.
Of course,
Undo. Undo.
Undo is what
What's undo? Oh yeah, undo means not a substantial obstacle.
Sure.
So they had both of those. And in June medical, the hero Roberts who changed his vote, but you know what he did? He changed the Casey standard by himself.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because Casey, especially as read by Hellerstedt, a majority opinion, right, a real majority opinion, said that the undue burden is a balancing test. Of course, what's undue has been something on the other side. You have to look at the justification and whether it has, any legitimacy and weigh it against the right, because we're talking about the period during which you have the right. And so Roberts votes with the conservatives to say no. In Hellerstedt, no, forcing abortion providers to have admitting privileges, which shuts down almost all abortion clinics in Texas, right? That's not an undue burden. And the same case comes back and he switches his vote, but it's also just appearances, right? Because he's saying, oh guys, come on, let's not be gauche. Don't come back to me 3 years later with the same case. Come on, this is embarrassing. Wait a while, bring a different case, But because he was the swing vote and a plurality, he wrote this individual opinion nobody else signed on to that said, okay, well, I'm joining.
Right.
Just because I think, starting decusis is really important. We decided it, even though I disagree on the merits. But while I have you on the line, I want to talk a little bit about the test, because Breyer, you, in Hellerstedt, you're wrong. This isn't balancing. It's either a substantial obstacle or it's not. It's a ball or a strike. We measure the height of the obstacle. And there's no balancing involved. So he managed to single-handed, this is why, this is another chapter of the, Roberts is a very sneaky operator brief. that he, with his strategic vote, he was able to change the standard to make the Casey standard even worse than it was. It's all going to be moved, you know,
Right.
in 5 months, but 4 months.
Did you want to say something to what Michael had said about stare decisis?
No, we said that, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
that it's
yeah.
all bullshit.
Well,
That one especially is a super valuable test.
But what
You
it's,
think about
Yeah.
reliance interests.
Mhm. Oh, yeah, the-
Janice, so reliance interest of a union, that's not the kind of reliance that
Yeah,
we
yeah.
credit.
yeah, the speech on, the questions on reliance is something else too.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
and this is what we teach our students, is that stare decisis is this crown jewel in the toolbox of US or federal court judges.
But no, if I remember correctly, no one really
I
thought,
could get a job in your university.
if I remember correctly, no one really thought that Roberts was going to come out with what he came up with in June Medical. Therefore, I'm just wondering to what extent he could come up with something else in Dobbs. Yeah,
But you can't.
and if he doesn't, then it's overturned. That's the only two avenues
Yeah,
that
but
are
he's
possible.
got to get votes for it.
Yeah.
He's no longer the swing vote, so he no longer has
Yeah.
that trump card.
No.
Coin a phrase.
Yeah.
Have you, so you propose this idea that if Roe is, this hypothesis, if Roe is overturned,
Mhm.
then there's the risk of other laws that are grounded in some of the theory and reasoning are also under threat.
Under threat within states that would want to just
Right.
jump on them.
Yeah, they're going to come up with the same cases that they came up with to overturn Roe.
Right.
They're now going to turn to other rights with similar challenges.
Do you see
Using,
hints of
sorry,
that
just to
written?
finish, using the whatever new
Juridical
test is going to be, adopted. Sorry, that didn't
No, I
mean
was
to
just
cut you.
curious, like, do you see that bubbling up? Do you see potential?
Oh, it has. For example, there's an amicus in Dobbs, which I didn't have the time to mention, that actually suggests overturning Obergefell and Lawrence versus Texas as well. So that's.
And that's an amicus in Dobbs.
It's an amicus in Dobbs, sorry, I'm just looking for the reference here.
Family Research Council?
Probably. But that, to answer, I mean, I think that question is important because we're making this speculation, right? And
Yeah.
most legal scholars don't see it, right? But you also have to see the ground, what's going on in the states and on the political ground. And I mean, everything that you talked to us about, the instrumentalization of concepts, et cetera. I think there are many states that would jump on just you saw how many of them are going to overturn Roe, and within those many, the Center for Reproductive Law and Policy has counted 21 for sure, up to 28. I'm sure there are groups, lobbies, associations within these states that say, wow, once this is overturned, we're going to be able now to attack these other areas that we disagree with from a moral or religious standpoint.
That's it.
And then we'll get the law passed because we have the majority, and then eventually it'll go back up through the court system. But then they'll come up to a court which developed the very argument that we're using to pass these laws.
Yeah.
So it could be a very short-term thing, or it could be a very long-term reality, because most of the justices on the court now are young.
But the difference, I think, between gay marriage and abortion is that when the Supreme Court legalized gay marriage in Obergefell, I think there were already 37 states that had legalized gay marriage.
Right.
So the blowback would probably not be nearly as.
Yeah, but if you say that, then you have to look at the fact that a huge majority of Americans actually agree with abortion.
Correct.
Yes, absolutely.
You know? So it's all, it's, there aren't, 30 states that have actually,
No,
that
but I
are
was
ready
talking
to
about the
fully-
reality of the
Oh,
states.
yes,
right,
I'm not
yeah.
sure you would have
Mm.
37 states to legalize abortion if Roe was overturned. Do you get my point?
No,
I'm
because
saying
the states that would legalize it or expand it are not 37.
Yes,
not
that's what I was saying.
Okay.
I'm saying you wouldn't have 37 states to legalize abortion if Roe was overturned.
Okay, sure, but then I'm thinking of a third area, this is a work in progress, as we said, but issues of affiliation, issues of access to assisted reproductive technologies. There are several states in the US that have passed laws that outlaw access by same-sex couples or single people to assisted reproductive technologies. They're not a majority, they're a minority, but it's on the agenda. It's on the agenda. And again, with this upheaval of the privacy right construction as it was put into place in 1965 all the way up to Roe, and it's unraveling since then, can be very highly mobilized to attack also access by same-sex couples or single persons to ART and affiliation issues of the children born of these techniques. And so this is, again, encrusting upon the whole notion of parental autonomy, of individual bodily choice, et cetera. So we aren't saying, in our article, we aren't saying, because the call for papers was, you have a speculative proposal to make of what would happen if Roe or Casey was. So we just started brainstorming and came up with this. And I mean, we're not saying this is going to happen. We're not in the predicting business either. But juridically speaking, we thought that it was sound.
Absolutely.
It made sense to look at these dissensions and then just to juxtapose them to the unraveling of this right to privacy that we've been seeing, and then just come up with some scenarios. So we don't know if of course, we don't know if it's going to happen or not, but if you look at how dissents in the history of the US Supreme Court have often been used, warmed up again, put on the front burner in future courts, be they progressive courts or conservative courts, I mean, dissents play a role. So we just looked at them and said, okay, what's going to happen if they are mobilized in Dobbs?
And actually, maybe I'm being pessimistic here, but I wouldn't be surprised actually if Loving versus Virginia was one case that at least one or two.
Yeah, well, we mentioned this.
That's why I'm mentioning it.
Right to purchase contraceptives.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the same.
It's the same.
And
same legal analysis.
Source of law that created the liberty of contract.
Yes.
I mean, that was a very reactionary use of the due process law in the 18th century. So they kind of picked the most reactionary line of cases. But they don't care. They don't need that anymore. They have all this other stuff. They have major questions doctrine.
Right.
Regulations dead.
Right. Are there any other questions? I think that Audrey
I just have the reference that I was looking for. Sorry, it's Melissa Murray. She's a professor of law at the New York University School of Law, and she gave testimony before the House Committee on Oversight and Reform. It was a state of crisis examining the urgent need to protest and expand abortion rights and access. It was last September. And she mentioned this amicus brief in support of Mississippi, which invites the court not only to overrule Roe and Casey, but also Obergefell and Lawrence.
Did you have the quote?
I do. Yeah, the quote is that. Rephrase. Yeah, it's not. But that's what she said. You see.
So if there aren't any more questions, I think Audrey has fallen off the grid.
She has.
I don't know what happened. I know that she has children who are little, and maybe there was a COVID crisis or something. I left a message, and then I left an SMS, and I left a phone message, and I have not gotten a response. So unfortunately, I think we have to
end it here.
Yep.
Call it a day, unless there are other questions.
Well, thank you very much, everybody.
Who's buying the first round? Because
sorry,
we need who's buying the first round. You definitely
well, since you asked the question.
I am.
Well, thank you, everybody. Thank you online.
For organizing.
And thank you.